rocking chairs, leaning way back. No other plans other than relax. We ain't worried about tomorrow from where we at. We just trying to catch a good time, even if it takes all night. Pass that bottle around the campfire, sipping apple pie moonshine. Yeah, we picking on them guitars just right. Everybody singing Dixieland alike, like a bomber on a wet line. We just trying to catch a good time. Way down here we all got that southern drawl. Take our time when we talk, hey. Yeah, it don't take much for us to have it all. That's right. Something about a night this clear makes your problems disappear. We just gonna stay right here and let the world go by. We just trying to catch a good time, even if it takes all night. Pass that bottle around the campfire, sipping apple pie moonshine. Yeah, we picking on them guitars just right. Everybody singing Dixieland alike, like a bomber on a wet line. We just trying to catch a good time. There's something about a night this clear, it makes your problems disappear. So we just gonna stay right here and let the world go by. We just trying to catch a good time, even if it takes all night, all night. Pass that bottle around the campfire, sipping apple pie moonshine, pie moonshine. Yeah, we picking on them guitars just right. Everybody singing Dixieland alike, like a bomber on a wet line. We just trying to catch a good time, trying to catch a good time, good time, trying to catch a good time, good time. Yeah, we're trying to catch a good time, good time, good time, trying to catch a good time, good time. Oh, I think I got a bite.
Make it rain, make it rain, Lord, make it rain.
When the sins of my father lay down in my soul, and the pain of my mother will not let me go. Well, I know they can't come fire from the sky to refine the purest of kings. And even though I know this fire brings me pain, even so, and just the same, make it rain, make it rain down, Lord, make it rain, oh, make it rain, make it rain down, Lord, make it rain, make it rain. Hunger more profound. Well, I know they can't come tears from the eye, but they may as well all be in vain. And even though I know.
How y'all doing? Come in, show me some love. Let it rain, let it rain, make it rain, make it rain. Make it rain now, Lord. Make it rain, make it rain. Come on in, y'all. Push that like button. They don't like listening to that. Why? Because you showing them how to eat good without having food stamps. Okay, I understand. How y'all doing? Push that like button. It's crazy because life is crazy. Mm, this is delicious. Have you seen me make this sandwich? You seen me make this salad? Mm, uh. See, these are the type of meals we got to resort to. How y'all doing this morning? Mm-hmm. How y'all doing this evening or afternoon? Mm. This is a healthy way, a cheap, healthy way. A lot of people wouldn't understand what kind of meal this is. This is actually a meal of a meal that can help you go a long way. This is called a deviled egg macaroni salad. And this right here is a double grilled cheese chicken sandwich. Double grilled cheese. That meant it was 2 pieces of grilled peas toasted. And we had chicken salad put in the inside of it. We smacked them together. Mm. I made this sandwich from scratch in the beginning of the video. You'll be able to see how I made it when I download this video forever. Well, I was gonna go spend some money and go buy me something to eat. And I thought about it. Times are getting hard. People starting to call me, asking me, am I cooking? You cooking over there, Snag? You got some tacos? Hmm? Oh. Mm-hmm. I be cooking tacos tonight. They $2.50 a piece, $5. That really ain't a deal. They $3 a piece, two for $5. If you get two, you get a deal. Man, I feel so sorry. Have y'all seen all the people going to jail for stealing groceries? Man, this shit's so funny. Let me see if I can find the video. Where y'all at? Don't run over there. They'll kill y'all. What's up, big aunt?
That'll never be the same. Trouble and money and fame brings. Time, I swear it's different. I'm in the right place.
Look in the glove box right there.
Just hate it all. Some bitches never look my way. It'll never be the same. Your ass don't be.
Do you think it'd be disrespectful if Donald Trump didn't go to Dick Cheney's funeral? I know if I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't go to his funeral. If I was Donald Trump. If you down on my shit list, you dead on my shit list. That's what it is. You just dead on my shit list. That don't mean I'm finna come. I ain't gonna act like I liked you in real person when I didn't. Hell no. You criticized me. You talked about me. Hell no. Fuck your funeral. I wish I could bet on it. Donald Trump ain't going to his funeral. I wouldn't go to his funeral. All the shit he was talking about me. I'd let Biden him go to his funeral. Y'all really one of the only Republicans that opposed him. He flipped his seat because his daughter's a Democrat. How you a diehard Republican, but your children grow up to be Democrats? Because they want to disassociate themselves from their parents. We not like our parents. We believe in the other core values of America. Yeah, right. Do anybody know what I'm talking about? Junebug, you missed that good meal, bro. To me, it didn't cost me shit. But you could have ate that same meal for about less than $5. If you made everything from scratch like I did, less than $5. You can't be greedy. You only got to eat one bag of chips. A lot of people be gluttful and greedy, and they try to eat 2, 3 bags of chips, 2, 3 sandwiches, 2, 3 sodas. If you notice about me, when I eat, I don't drink. I don't drink nothing with the food that I eat. And that's like the most healthiest way that you can consume food. Now, I always keep a drink close by because if it gets stuck, you're going to need something to drink to push it down. But other than that, I don't drink. You said gluttony is real. Yeah, it is, bro. There's a lot of people that's gluttful in this world, man. Ain't the state make I think Trump gonna get a chance to run for another term, which would be his second, third term, his third term, because the U.S. Constitution says 2 consecutive terms back to back.
The job himself. He quickly became the most visible take-charge vice president in memory, briefing the press, briefing Congress, briefing the president.
The main reason I'm there is to serve him. He needs people around him who care only about his success, who are prepared to give him honest advice and never sugarcoat it.
He helped shape a cabinet some said looked more like Cheney's than Bush's, in a White House that for a while appeared to be a co-presidency. Cheney was the prime mover behind the theory, later proven wrong, that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
We know he's been absolutely devoted to trying to acquire nuclear weapons, and we believe he has, in fact, reconstituted.
Ven a Racing Cane's como todo un campeón. Tenemos tailgates de chicken fingers rebozados a mano, cocinados al momento y cane sauce. Además de las jarras de té y limonada recién hechas. Racing Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
Hear that bullshit?
Weapons.
Contrary to CIA reports, Cheney also linked Saddam to al-Qaeda and 9/11 and predicted Iraq would fall quickly.
Things have gotten so bad inside Iraq from the standpoint of the Iraqi people. My belief is we will, in fact, be greeted as liberators.
When the violence escalated into civil war, Cheney was blamed. There were political setbacks, an embarrassing quail hunting accident when he shot and wounded a companion. More seriously, the conviction of his closest aide, Scooter Libby, for lying to a grand jury about the outing of a CIA operative. Throughout his public life, Cheney also battled heart disease, suffering his first heart attack in 1978 during his first run for Congress. Just days after being elected vice president, he underwent a procedure to open a clot, and soon after, a pacemaker. Once out of office, Cheney underwent a successful heart transplant. Still, to the end, he stuck to his deeply conservative roots, making him one of the most powerful and controversial vice presidents in recent American history. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Andrea, thank you for that look back at his life and legacy, and we will have more coverage throughout the show. Now let's switch to Election Day. Voters from coast to coast head into the polls today to cast their ballots. There are 3 races drawing national attention this morning. There are governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey, and then also this mayoral race right here in New York City.
How y'all doing? Come on in, push that like button. Show me some love. Show me some
California
love. California love in the house.
Future elections. Well, these off-year races offer the first glimpse into the pulse of the electorate less than a year into President Trump's second term and 1 year out from the midterms. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Washington with more on today's key races. Gary, good morning. A lot going on. We're going to start here in New York City. It is rare for a mayoral race to gain such national attention, even for a city like New York. But there's a few things at play here. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani's campaign, these promises that he's made, some controversial, and then this super quick rise to prominence following the primary that got him a lot of attention. Then, of course, he's running.
Show me some love, y'all.
He had a scandal of his own. A lot of people here set to head to the polls. We've actually seen record early voting numbers here in New York City. Tell us each candidate's final message to voters ahead of today.
Yeah, voters are voting. Happy Election Day to you and yours, Savannah. We'll start with Zohran Mamdani there in New York City mayor's race. He was reaching voters where they are over the past couple of days. He was going to a Knicks game talking to voters. He went to a gay bar at 1 a.m. talking to those types of voters.
Bar.
And he was also at an overnight
Gay bar.
at LaGuardia, really getting out the vote in every part of the city at any.
He must be gay himself. He went to a gay bar. Let's go over here to the bar.
In disgrace after being accused of sexual harassment, which he denies. He does have the support of some unlikely folks, people like Elon Musk, people like Stephen Miller, and President Donald Trump, who said it would be very important to vote for Andrew Cuomo because he does not want to see Zohran Mamdani in the mayor's seat in his former hometown of New York City. And then on the Republican side, you do Curtis Sliwa. He's a Guardian Angels founder. He's somebody who's big on supporting getting rid of street crime in the city there in New York City. Savannah.
Gary, what has New York
Push
City
that like
President
button.
Trump had to say about this race? We know that he's weighed in quite a few times now in different ways. Also, by the way, worth noting, the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa, is running as this distant third. What has President Trump said about that?
Yeah, so President Trump has actually not endorsed the Republican in the race. He's supporting, based on a Truth Social post and another movements, he is supporting Andrew Cuomo in the race. He does not want to see a Democratic Socialist leading New York City. He said that would be very bad for the city of New York.
Also, Gary, I mentioned watching these governor races in Virginia and New Jersey. Who's on the ballots in those states, and what are some of the headlines out of those races?
Yeah, starting with New Jersey, you've got former state representative Jack Ciattarelli and running against Mikey Sherrill. She is the congresswoman from New Jersey. She's looking to become the governor of New Jersey. And one of the big issues there is affordability across the state. The cost of living in New Jersey is something that both candidates have been focusing on throughout their campaigns. And Republican voters in the state are really upset with how Governor Phil Murphy handled COVID issues several years ago back in the state of New Jersey. And they're really looking for a change and trying to turn a new leaf, perhaps, with Jack Ciattarelli leading the run there. Over in Virginia, you've got current Lieutenant Governor Winston Earl Sears running against Abigail Spanberger, a former CIA officer and former congresswoman from Virginia. This race is going to make history no matter what happens, because for the first time in history, a woman will be leading the Commonwealth of Virginia. President Trump did hold a tele-rally last night for candidates both in Virginia and in New Jersey. But in Virginia's tele-rally, he did not mention Winston Earl Sears' name once during the tele-rally, and that's incredibly notable because of the frosty relationship the two have had over the past several years. Back in 2022, Winston Earl Sears said she thought it was time to move on from Donald Trump. Clearly, President Trump has not forgotten that in this case, and so we'll see what happens with all those races across Virginia and New Jersey, Savannah.
And then finally, Gary, let's look out west. We spoke yesterday about the Prop 50 measure that is on the California ballot this year, potential redrawing of the state's congressional maps. This is amid Republican redistricting efforts, specifically in Texas. Walk us through this one and the potential implications.
So this is mid-decade redistricting. We don't often see this because usually it happens right after the census happens around the zeros of the decade. Under these proposed lines that are going to be put on the ballot today in California, Democrats could get up to 5 seats in the House of Representatives that they didn't have before. And with the tight margins here in Washington, every single seat matters, and it could be a very significant role for Democrats to have 5 more seats coming from a state like California. We are seeing this push nationwide. We're seeing it happen in Virginia, of course, not on the ballot, but we're seeing folks try to make this happen in Virginia. We're seeing it happen in Texas and around the country as they try to push this further and further, something that is technically, if it's not on the ballot, unconstitutional. But DNC Chair Ken Martin told me this weekend 2 unconstitutional acts in this case do, in fact, make it right. Savannah?
All right, certainly a conversation there. Gary, thank you very much. Well, let's tune in, please, to NBC News Now tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern for special coverage of today's election results. We, of course, are going to bring you the latest as polls close, so stay with us right here all night. Well, now let's turn to the White House. A report from Fox News about the targeting of Christians in Nigeria over the weekend led President Trump to create a post on social media threatening military action. The president said he would go, quote, guns a-blazing to completely wipe out Islamic terrorists. Well, that resulted in a scramble inside the White House, according to multiple U.S. officials. We have NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake joining us now with the very latest. Garrett, good morning. Before we do get to that, I want to return to our top story, the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Have we heard anything about his passing from the White House yet?
Not yet, Savannah, and frankly, I wouldn't expect the words when they do come from this White House to be particularly warm. President Trump has long disagreed politically with Dick Cheney, whether it was on the Iraq War after the fact or on Cheney and Cheney's daughter's opposition to President Trump around January 6th. One of the last communications President Trump said around Dick Cheney came in September when Cheney said he would vote for Kamala Harris. The president, then a candidate at the time, called him a, quote, irrelevant rhino. So I wouldn't expect particularly warm words on the former vice president's passing from the president when they do come today.
All right, Garrett, thank you for that. Back to what I just mentioned, this news out of Nigeria. So it was nearly 2 weeks ago when Nigeria's military actually killed dozens of militants in response to drone attacks on military bases. We just pulled up a moment ago the president's social post there. He used this strong language. Walk us through how the White House is responding to the president's comments over the weekend and explain what's happening here, how we make it evolved.
It's one of the first time I've seen guns a-blazing in a presidential post, certainly about another nation. Here, the president became aware of what's going on in Nigeria, or at least a version of it from a Fox News story he'd seen while traveling on Air Force One, according to 2 senior administration officials. That set off what you accurately described as a scramble inside the White House to come up with options for responding to this. The official White House line is that they're still considering what those options may be, everything from cutting off aid to some kind of military intervention. 2 U.S. officials do tell NBC News that one of the things being considered would be precision drone strikes on some of these Islamist militants inside Nigeria. But it's clear that no formal decision has been made, really just beginning that planning and contingency process with the president's post kind of leading the way for the rest of the administration.
Garrett, also just a moment ago, we were talking with Gary about the president sort of wading in a bit, at least to the New York City mayoral race. But tell us what the White House is watching as this consequential election day unfolds.
Well, look, I think they're going to be watching these gubernatorial races very closely in Virginia and in New Jersey. The president has been perhaps more involved in the New Jersey gubernatorial race. There's a more like-minded, more Trumpy candidate there, if you will. And the White House, I think, is particularly interested in seeing things like how do these more Hispanic and Latino districts in some of these states play in these elections. Remember, the president made huge gains with those constituencies when he was on the ballot in 2024. Folks around Trump, his political advisors, looked at the idea that they were renting those voters to a certain extent. They were renting those voters. They wanted to buy them, make them into Republican voters. This would be one of the first tests of that theory in some of these big statewide races in diverse states. Not red states by any stretch of the imagination, not even necessarily purple, but places where they had made inroads and are hoping to, if not expand, at least hold on to those gains as they start pivoting towards thinking about the midterms next year.
Certainly a lot to watch for, including reaction from the White House today. Garrett, thank you very much. Well, Election Day today also marks day 35 of the government shutdown. So that now means that this is tied for the longest shutdown in U.S. history. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, though, says he's optimistic that the impasse in the Senate could end sometime this week. Until then, we do continue to see those long lines and delays at airports as TSA officers work without pay. And while funding for federal food programs hasn't been fully restored, families in need did get some welcome news yesterday. NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Thanksgiving, an unforgettable event this year with inspiring designs from Living Spaces. Create a warm, inviting atmosphere where everyone feels welcome and comfortable as you bring together pieces that offer great style and quality. From dining sets starting at just $250 to extension tables and spacious sectionals. Find everything you need to host a special gathering. With free shipping as soon as next day, you can get it all in time for the feast. Discover the perfect setting for your Thanksgiving only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the plan to advance, Hamas must disarm. Instead,
Tonight, terrifying images emerging from Gaza. Videos show Hamas-linked gunmen carrying out a public execution as they return to the streets.
Hamas on a rampage, executing Palestinians, bloody crackdown, spreading terror. For freedom, not terror, Hamas must go.
Welcome news yesterday. NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
At Houston's Bush International Airport, massive lines and long waits.
I was quite upset.
Delays are mounting for travelers from coast to coast, with TSA officers and air traffic controllers calling out sick.
That's crazy, and there's people outside, which is even crazier, so I'm lucky to be up here.
The Department of Transportation says 84% of delays were due to staffing, compared to just 5% pre-shutdown. Meanwhile, for the millions of Americans on edge about food assistance,
I'm just sad, crushed, and disappointed with the system.
a small reprieve. The Trump administration saying it will comply with a court order and provide half of the funding it typically does for SNAP benefits.
It's a huge relief.
Welcome news for Deborah Haynes, Executive Director of Food for Others in Fairfax, Virginia. She warns this relief is only temporary.
This is definitely still scary. As long as the government is shut down, we never know from one ruling to the next what's going to happen.
Across the country, that need on full display. Manny's Deli in Chicago is offering free food for those in need. A line stretched out the door. In Virginia, SNAP recipient Diego Pineda says he's been carefully managing his food in case his benefits run out.
I just want this to be over. I want them to just agree on something or stop going back and forth because, I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's already proved their point.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats continue to insist Republicans agree to health care reforms to prevent huge hikes in premiums. Republicans, led by President Trump, are insistent that Democrats must vote to reopen the government first.
Republicans passed a clean continued resolution. It was nonpartisan. It was a simple bill that would open the full government, and we could do that today.
But Democrats are holding firm, insisting they can't trust Republicans to keep their word.
Unfortunately, they've demonstrated they're not serious about those commitments, so I don't trust that they would actually follow through into that.
Our thanks to Ryan Nobles for that report. Well, later today, the Senate will vote for the 14th time on the Republican funding bill, which already passed in the House. Let's get you to weather now. Heavy rainstorms are set to continue in the Pacific Northwest. For more details, let's check in with Angie Lassman here in studio. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning to you. We've got some more rain, some more snow for our friends out west. Here's what the satellite and radar looks like right now. You can see some of this rain streaming into Northern California and stretching back to the mountains across the Intermountain West, and that's kind of going to set the stage for what we'll see through the day today. Some really strong winds centered across parts of the coastal area, but then those rounds of heavy rain will continue to work through this region here as we get through the day today. And then we kind of have this reinforcing cold front and system that's going to push more of that heavy rain onshore. This leaves us with another unsettled day for folks there. The heavy rain and the mountain snow are here to stay for folks across this region, and you can see upwards of 3 inches of rain in some parts of California, especially closer to the coast. That's where you'll see those higher rainfall amounts. Meanwhile, I mentioned those winds. We've got wind alerts up across much of this region. You can see stretching into parts of Nevada and all the way back to the coast. We're talking 40, 50 plus mile per hour winds. Again, closer to the coast, you're going to see those higher numbers. But in those higher elevations, we can see upwards of 50, even 60 mile per hour winds. So again, a little bit of difficulty when it comes to the winds on that side of the country. Similar story on the East Coast as well. We've got to look towards parts of New England where we've got 11 million people under these wind advisories. You can see from Nantucket stretching all the way up into northern Maine. We've got Boston, Portland included in there, and wind gusts 30, 40 miles per hour. And again, closer to the coast is where you're going to see those higher wind speeds. So 40 plus mile per hour, especially the farther north you go, Nantucket, you'll be nearing 50 miles per hour for those top wind gusts through the day today. Meanwhile, we've got this next system. It's going to be a quick mover. It's going to kind of slide across parts of the Midwest today. It's going to bring some showers to the Great Lakes through the evening hours tonight. You can see that here into the overnight hours, and then it slides into parts of the Northeast. That means some showers, some thunderstorms, maybe some high elevation snow, and we'll still see those gusty winds remaining for folks across that region for tomorrow. And if you're looking for the warmer temperatures, well, you got to go to the middle of the country. We've got upper 70s stretched across parts of the southern plains, 85 degrees in Amarillo today. We're talking more than 20-degree temperature bumps from where we should be for this time of year. Low 70s as far north as Omaha, even Chicago running above normal, 62 degrees. And that warmth will move east for tomorrow. We've got a lot of 70s across the Tennessee Valley, across the southeast. We've got some 50s and 60s for the Midwest. Springfield ends up at 66 degrees tomorrow. And then it'll start to cool down the farther north you are as we get into the later part of our work week. It's just 50 degrees by the time we roll into Saturday in Chicago, low 60s for Washington, D.C. 70s, though, here to stay for folks across the south.
All right. It's been like perfect crispy fall here.
It has.
I have
Don't think. Listen, I'll take it. When you are thanking the weather person, we take it because it happens so.
Otherwise, return to Sunday.
Exactly.
Thanks, Angel. See you in an hour. Well, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, effective or impersonal? New research is shining a light on the impact of therapy through texting. Why experts say it could work, but not for everyone. But first, though, after the break, tragedy in the Himalayas. Several climbers killed in an avalanche at a mountaineering base camp. We'll bring you the latest. Stay with us.
There are 4 easy ways to vote. Mail your completed ballot in the envelope provided. By mail, take your ballot to a secured drop-off location. Visit an early vote site. Or vote in person on November 4th. To learn more, go to sbcountyelections.gov.
Tonight, the 4 horsemen of magic are back! For some reason, we need the 3 of you.
2 generations of magicians brought together for a reason.
Looks like a little healthy competition. This is a trick bigger than anything the world's ever seen. Let's see some magic. Upside down Rome. Cool. Is nothing impressive to you?
Now you see me, now you don't. PG-13, November 14th.
Stay with us. Welcome back. In news from overseas. At least 7 climbers have been killed after an avalanche swept through their camp in the Himalayas. Among those killed in the tragedy were 2 Nepali guides. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere has more on this from Beijing. Janice, good morning. So what do we know right now about this disaster and the group of people that lost their lives?
Savannah, the avalanche struck a camp yesterday, leaving at least 7 climbers and guides dead. The nationalities confirmed is 2 Italians, 2 Nepalese, 1 Canadian, 1 French, and 1 German. The police chief in the area, which is outside Kathmandu, told NBC News that the group of climbers and guides had reached the base camp of Yalongri Peak at about 16,000 feet, and they're trying to summit at around 21,000 feet. Weather is believed to have triggered the avalanche after a cyclone pushed through the region last week. It brought a lot of heavy snowfall, and then the weather cleared and there was sunshine, and it's those temperature fluctuations that are considered a warning sign that the snow load on a mountain can turn deadly. Savannah?
Janice, just how difficult is it to conduct rescue operations in the Himalayas? Like, what is this like as authorities try to recover bodies?
Well, we were told at least 7 other people in the group were rescued, and they were airlifted to the hospital in Kathmandu. The search for missing climbers was really hard because the weather was so poor and it made it nearly impossible for helicopters to land. The weather is considered better now. Rescue workers are digging through snow and ice to recover the bodies, but they say they could be under 15 or 20 feet of snow. A French climber who was rescued told NBC News that she survived because she was to the left of the avalanche when it happened. And she says she feels really lucky to be alive, but unfortunately she lost her husband on the mountain.
Oh, Savannah's terrible. Janice, this actually isn't the first tragedy to hit climbers in the region. We know this is always dangerous, but just last month, hundreds of hikers and guides had to be rescued on the Chinese side of Mount Everest after they were stranded in a snowstorm. How's this season stack up to other ones? Has it been more dangerous?
Well, it's been a busier season for climbing. Nepal's tourism department has given permits to nearly 1,500 climbers from over 80 countries, and that's the most they've done in a decade. But it's also been a very dangerous season in the Himalayas because of extreme weather incidents. You mentioned the hikers on the Chinese side of Mount Everest. They were stranded in these cold, harsh conditions after a freak snowstorm. And that cyclone that went through Nepal last week, it brought really high winds, up to 70 miles an hour, and the government was warning people that there would be heavy rain and heavy snow. They now say at least 3 bodies have been recovered from that avalanche zone, but it isn't clear when they're going to be able to bring them down from the mountain. Savannah?
Such a tragedy. Janice, thank you very much. Well, let's turn back to Election Day, our top story. As results start coming in tonight, there's a whole lot of anticipation over what we could learn about the way voters feel about each party. While Democrats are hoping to find new ways to win over young men, that's the demographic President Trump made substantial gains with in 2024, they seem to be divided on how to achieve that goal. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen has the details.
Young men across the country taking a hard right turn.
Those young men showed up in a big way.
Democrats trying to win them back from the MAGA manosphere, testing a whole bunch of new strategies.
We're here with the next mayor of New York City.
This is me right here. Maxwell Alejandro Ross.
The big question, can anyone recreate the Trump effect on young men? The president gaining 8% more male voters under 30 in 2024 compared to 2020. That's according to NBC News exit polls. While a majority of Black and Asian American men backed Harris last year, the president did make historic gains with younger voters, including young men of color. And now, as voters go to the polls in key races across the country on Tuesday, not to mention next year's high-stakes midterms that will decide who controls Congress, Democrats soul-searching. How can they reconnect with young men?
I'm looking for adjectives to describe today's Democratic Party. Anybody want to go first?
Chaotic.
Mostly unintelligent.
Tunnel vision. Trivial.
Divisive.
Deceiving.
Those are 2024 swing state Trump voters, all of them under 30. Democratic strategist Chuck Rocha, who played a key role in Senator Ruben Gallego's win in Arizona last November, has 2 other words to add to the list.
When you ask young men, give me 2 words to describe the Democratic Party, they normally say old and weak. And when you say describe 2 words for Donald Trump and the Republicans, they would say crazy, but they would also say strong. And strong and crazy always beats old and weak when you're talking about young men.
So now, Democrats are trying to find their footing with young men. But it wasn't always this way. Young people, including men, generally vote blue historically, and they still do to a certain extent. But Democrats are now trying to stem the wave going red. by showing up in spaces Republicans largely dominate, some appearing to center strength and masculinity on TikTok.
We took Trump to court to protect healthcare in our communities, and we won.
Trying to walk the tightrope without alienating women and people of color, something some Republican influencers have been criticized for. Other Democrats showing up on live video game streams.
Welcome to Fortnite Friday, Governor.
Hey, it's good to be with you. Or starting their own podcast with popular young influencers as their guests.
Griffin, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me. Sorry.
The results so far, mixed. Now some Republican strategists, in the camp that appears to be largely winning with the bros, so to speak, know that keeping young men isn't a for sure thing.
These are voters who we need to maintain and stay in touch with and to go out and continue to reach. So I do not think that it is a given. It's going to take work to keep this coalition going.
And for Democrats, the challenge is twofold. Strategists say they have to not only reach young men, but also persuade them to come on board.
Right now, Democrats continue to do a really good job of repelling young male voters.
Rocha says authenticity could be the answer.
A big mistake that folks make in campaigns is they go in and they try to change their candidates and mold them into something that they're not.
Whether or not Democratic politicians can offer up an authentic version of themselves, and whether more young men will accept it, that's still an open question.
Great piece there from our friend John Allen, and another reminder, tune in to NBC News Now tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern for special coverage of today's election results. We'll bring you the latest as polls close all night, as long as it takes. Coming up, though, growing concerns about the safety of a popular over-the-counter sleep aid after researchers find a possible link to a higher risk of heart disease. What doctors want you to know. And it's more than just aesthetics, how looking at art could have an impact on your overall health. Your weekly check-in is next on Morning News Now. We're back with some potentially concerning new research about the popular over-the-counter sleep aid melatonin. Nearly a third of U.S. adults report taking the supplement to help them sleep. But recent data released by the American Heart Association revealed that long-term use of melatonin is linked to a higher risk of heart failure and early death in adults with insomnia. And there's no evidence that the supplements themselves caused any of this, but experts say the need to take them on a regular basis could mean there's a more serious issue that needs to be addressed. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more from this study. Erica, good morning. I think this one has a lot of people paying attention because, like we just said, a lot of people, a third of us, are taking melatonin. Walk us through just first what researchers found in people who took melatonin and how concerned we should be about the findings.
Good morning, Savannah. I really want to reiterate something important you just said. This study did not show that melatonin causes heart failure. What it did show is that people who take melatonin for more than a year regularly are 3 times more likely to be hospitalized with heart failure or die from any cause compared to people who didn't take the supplement. Now, the likely connection here is chronic insomnia and heart failure. So, bottom line, if you're taking melatonin for a long time, it's likely a signal that there's something else going on inside the body, and that would be time to call a doctor.
I think that is like just so important to put out there. It's not like, oh, if you're taking melatonin, that is a bad supplement that is causing something bad in you. It's that if you can't sleep, that's the problem that you got to talk to your doctor about. Is that the right way to put it?
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, there's no evidence that taking it once in a while could cause any harm. However, experts said that, now's the time to do more research on a supplement that millions of us take. Savannah?
And Erica, what do you think about what could be going on for somebody who is dealing with chronic insomnia? Like, I'm thinking sleep apnea, a few other things that we know could be bad for you that are solvable if you talk to a doctor, that maybe just taking melatonin or taking, something stronger like a ZQuil or something ends up just sort of masking.
Yeah, so chronic insomnia does a couple of things. It increases blood pressure, inflammation, stress hormones. Those can all worsen existing heart failure. Now, there are some warning signs to look out for. Some of the most common include shortness of breath, swelling in the legs and ankles, a cough that just won't go away. But it also is worth repeating that just because something is available over the counter doesn't mean it's safe for everybody to take, or that it's safe for a long period of time. Savannah.
And also probably doesn't mean, right, that you shouldn't be talking to your doctor about it. For people who do use this and feel that they need to rely on it to get to sleep, at what point should they talk to a doctor?
Right. I think that if it goes from every once in a while to something that you're needing every single night to both fall asleep and stay asleep, that's really the problem.
All right, Erica Edwards, thank you very much. Great to see you. It's time now for your weekly mental health check-in. This week we're looking at a new study that found that getting therapy by text can be as effective as other methods. Also, a device aimed at helping you stop scrolling. It can help limit what you access until you physically tap it on your phone. We'll explain. Joining us now to help break down these mental health headlines is our friend, licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, always great to have you with us. So let's start with this new study. It's posted in JAMA Network Open about these therapy sessions over text. It found actually that this method is just as effective in treating mild to moderate depression as video calls. I think any type of sort of like even the video calls, telehealth or text or tech-based therapy has been growing a lot in recent years. Walk us through how this works and who it could benefit.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. What this is saying is that for lots of people out there, when we're dealing with struggles, overwhelmed, or feeling depressed, we really want to be able to feel like we can connect with someone, and sometimes we don't have access to that. So text-based therapy is an opportunity to be able to reach out to a therapist and get a response. Yes, I would want you to eventually be able to have a video call or even be able to see a therapist in person, but this allows you to get some response, which allows you not to deal with those thoughts and feelings that overwhelm you over time. It gives you a sense of relief, maybe even guidance and advice, and helps you to move forward.
It seems, doctor, like, I don't know if more work is the right way to put it, but potentially more challenging, though, for the therapists treating these patients. What do you think?
The challenge here for the therapist is around if there could be any possible points of danger or things to really go further, because you're just texting. You're not seeing body language. But for a licensed therapist, you'd ask additional questions. Are you in danger? Are you hurting, thinking about harming yourself in any way? That you would pursue that a little bit further. But yes, there's a little bit more work that the therapist might need to do to make sure that client is okay.
Absolutely. All right. That's incredible, though, that that's an option now. Okay, this next study is so interesting. It found that going to art galleries can lower stress and ultimately have these physical benefits. What is it about art or about the environment of a gallery that has this effect? And I know a lot of people might be thinking, like, that's not for me. I'm not stepping into a gallery or a museum. If that's the place, if that's the case, anything else that you can do to get the same benefit?
Thanksgiving unforgettable this year with inspiring designs from Living Spaces. Create a warm, inviting atmosphere, and with free shipping as soon as next day, you can do it all in time for the feast. Discover the perfect setting for your Thanksgiving only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Great things happen when you make it happen. When you create your own opportunity. You find the limit and go further. So when we wanted to be the menswear essential, we made it happen.
But it's because I love art, and the thought of being able to go to a gallery and be in a space where you're really focused on the art and thinking about what it means to you or what the artist was thinking in that moment. That's part of why it's helpful in our mental health, because it allows you to be locked into that particular moment and to be in a place where you're feeling really great things. Now, one of the things I would want is more access for more people to be able to go to galleries and see these wonderful pieces of art. And yes, if you don't really like that, you can look at art. It might not give you the same feeling, but it's really to also move away from the distractions and be focused on the creativity and the inspiration that is in front of you.
Awesome. All right, finally, there's this device that's called the Brick. It helps you stop scrolling on your phone. In some ways, it's getting a lot of attention. This is what it looks like. It works with an app to restrict which other apps you can access. And to turn it off, you need to physically tap the Brick on your phone. Explain this a little bit more. Did I do a good job on that? And do you think that this will help people break some habits that could be bad for their mental health?
Savannah, you do a great job, as you always do. And what's really interesting about this is that we are always connected to our phone in so many ways, and oftentimes it's to create, it's to minimize gaps, it's to minimize feelings of boredom. We go to our phone for almost everything. And so the brick allows you to maybe put a pause to that and maybe allows you to think about other things or to connect with yourself or someone else in a way where you're not distracted by your phone. And it's actually something not only does this brick app help you, but I've also seen this in schools where now they're trying to go cell phone free in a different way, in a different app. So this is something that is happening in many places to create maybe a stop, or the psychological term is extinction habit that we have when we feel like we've got to get to our phone right now.
So interesting. That's a good one for all of us. All right, Dr. George James, by the way, over his right shoulder, left side of your screen, you can see his new book, I Give Myself Permission, coming out just in time. Would make a great holiday gift, right? Coming out in the beginning of January, Doctor?
That is correct, Savannah. January 2nd, and I'm so honored to be able to share this with the world, and I appreciate all that you have done to also support this project. I Give Myself Permission, January 2nd.
There you go. Woohoo. We'll have to have a whole conversation just about that. Dr. George James, always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, caught on camera, concerning conversations between chatbots and children.
Why would a chatbot in a car in a family vehicle ask a child to send nudes? It doesn't make any sense.
When we come back, the warning from parents about the real consequences of artificial intelligence. Plus, off the air on Election Day, Disney doubling down on its contract dispute with YouTube TV. We'll have the latest. That's next on Morning News Now. We are back with the growing concerns from some parents over these popular AI chatbots. Viral videos are capturing some of the alarming conversations between Tesla's AI bot and kids in the car with their parents. Well, now some families are demanding age restrictions on the new tech after they say it influenced their children to harm themselves. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin has more.
Shocking responses from Tesla's AI chatbot to children.
Sub hottie. Not appropriate, that's my child. Do you always hit on children, Cork?
Ranging from inappropriate.
Nah, just the hot ones like you, lol.
To flat out sexual. In this instance, Grok unaware it is talking to a child.
You asked me before to send you something. What was it?
A nude, probably.
It was a 10-year-old who was talking to you, and you told a 10-year-old to send you a nude.
Nah, that wasn't me. That's illegal, unless you're role-playing as one.
It was in our last chat.
Maybe it was a typo, and I meant send me a newt, like the animal. I'm into lizards.
Why would a chatbot in a car in a family vehicle ask a child to send nudes? It doesn't make any sense.
The separate incidents captured by Canadian mom Farah Nasser and Florida dad Jeremy Nicholson.
I know it was going for shock value and it was supposed to be funny, but like so inappropriate that a child could be in that environment.
Grok is an AI companion in Tesla's, and the company says you can choose Grok's voice and personality, ranging from storyteller to unhinged. Both parents say they chose the Gork voice, which was described as lazy male. But other than that, the chatbot was on default settings and not in explicit mode. Tesla has not responded to requests for comment, and XAI, the company that built the AI bot, did not respond to the specific allegations.
Why are we creating AI chatbots that would hit on children? Like, I can't imagine that that does anything good to advance humankind.
These inappropriate AI encounters coming amid growing calls for controls around AI chatbots and children.
I really had no idea. I feel like other parents have no idea the psychological harm that these AI chatbots could do until I saw my son's light turn dark.
Mandy Furness's son LJ has autism, and she says he became a different person after forming a relationship with a bot on Character AI.
The chatbot, or really, the people programming it, they really did encourage my son to mutilate himself, blaming us and convinced him not to go seek help
Following emotional testimony from Furness and other parents, Character AI announced it is banning kids under 18 from the platform, writing, "We're making these changes to our under 18 platform in light of the evolving landscape around AI and teens," citing news reports and questions from regulators. But for other parents like Megan Garcia, the push for change did not come soon enough.
Character AI launched this dangerous, untested product, leading to the death of my son.
Megan was the first to sue the platform for the death of a child. Her 14-year-old son, Sewell, took his own life last year.
On the day Sewell took his life, his last interaction was not with his mother, not with his father, but with an AI chatbot on Character AI. This chatbot encouraged Sewell for months to, quote, find a way to come home, and made promises that she was waiting for him in some fictional world.
It's not just Character AI that parents are concerned about. According to Common Sense Media, AI chatbots are used by more than 70% of teens in the U.S. But many of these popular apps do not limit AI companions from talking to children and only require the user to be 13 years or older. After that emotional hearing on Capitol Hill, senators introducing legislation to hold AI companies accountable.
If the United States Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives can't come together on this, what can we come together on?
But other bills to protect kids online have stalled despite bipartisan support. Why has Congress not come together on this issue?
Congress hasn't acted on this issue because of money. There ought to be a sign outside of the Senate chamber that says bought and paid for by big tech. Because the truth is almost nothing that they object to crosses that Senate floor.
The voices of concerned parents growing louder as they try to keep their kids safe in this new age of AI chatbots.
I don't know if there's an incentive for any of these companies to do the right thing. So we need to put some guardrails up, right, to incentivize them to do the right thing.
Julie Sirkin, NBC News.
Let's face it, we all need magic more than ever.
Up is down. Left is right.
This is a chance to make a real difference.
It's gonna be fun. Now you see me, now you don't. Maybe PG-13.
Trick or treat? The Truck or Track Super Sale is on now at Victorville Chevrolet, your Silverado Superstore. Get sweet deals all Halloween weekend long. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months on a Silverado. Get a Trax for $19,995. Or lease an Equinox EV for $99 per month. The Truck or Track Super Sale on now at Victorville Chevrolet, your Silverado Superstore. VPChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
News.
Let's get you some money headlines now. OpenAI is cutting another massive new deal. This time it's with Amazon. NBC's Emily Lorsch is here with our Money Minute. How are you? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. The ChatGPT maker is buying $38 billion worth of cloud capacity from Amazon Web Services. The move marks a shift away from its exclusive reliance on Microsoft. This partnership starts immediately and gives OpenAI room to expand through 2026 and beyond. And YouTube TV has rejected Disney's offer to temporarily restore ABC for Election Day while the two sides negotiate a new deal. The blackout, which began last week, includes ABC and ESPN and is affecting about 10 million subscribers. YouTube TV says allowing ABC back for one day would only confuse customers, while Disney argues it's in the public's best interest for the election. Talks are ongoing, but for now, viewers will have to turn elsewhere for Election Day coverage. Finally, if you like to sip your way into the holiday spirit, you'll have more than just pumpkin spice and peppermint lattes to choose from this year. Coca-Cola is rolling out its first new holiday flavor in 5 years, a holiday creamy vanilla. The company says it's a festive twist on the classic Coke. It'll come in both regular and zero sugar versions, but will only be available while supplies last. Now, Savannah, I'm more of a pumpkin spice girl. I'm less on the vanilla.
Yeah, I don't like any of these.
Just regular
like
for you.
a regular Coke or, coffee or something after that. Thanks, Em. But anything holiday, we know I love. Thank you very much. Let's head out west, where a massive victory parade was held for the reigning World Series champs, the LA Dodgers. The LAPD is now telling us more than 250,000 people joined in on the celebrations. And our own Morgan Chesky was one of them. He's going to take us inside the parade and the pomp.
Winner take all. The City of Angels welcoming their hometown heroes after a World Series win for the ages.
She has only seen the Dodgers win World Series.
That's right. Angelino's basking in the glory of back-to-back World Series titles. Major League Baseball's first in 25 years.
I go, no way! Again! I go, we're champions again! No way!
Fans taking to the streets, hailing their beloved Dodgers, who soaked up the moment on their way to a sold-out crowd at Dodger Stadium. Guillermo Ortiz bringing his whole family to witness history side by side.
The crazy part is being a dad and you have 2 kids and they can witness this. I look back and I'm like, say, you were there, son. We were sitting right there.
The victory coming during a time some say the city needed it too, after wildfires left communities devastated earlier this year. Any message to the guys out there?
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your families. Thank you for playing hard. Just so awesome. Love LA, Dodgers.
As for the players, baseball phenom Shohei Ohtani told fans they're just getting started.
I'm ready to get another ring next year. Let's go.
3-peat ain't never sounded so sweet.
A dynasty born by the boys in blue. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Los Angeles.
That looks like fun. Coming up, you could call it a triple feature. Take it to the extreme.
Hopefully, my daughters will look at this accomplishment someday and be like, my dad ran the New York City Marathon and did 2 shows on Broadway. I can do anything.
You heard that right. When we come back, how one Broadway star defied gravity with his incredible feet and feet. You're watching Morning News Now. We are back and ending this hour with another inspiring moment from Sunday's New York City Marathon. While there were almost 60,000 runners, no one else had the kind of day one pretty popular runner did, pushing himself to the limit and giving extra meaning to the word marathon. NBC Nightly News anchor Tom Yamas has more.
This is Jordan Litz.
You got it!
Powering through that 26.2-mile race to the finish.
This man ran the New York City Marathon this morning.
And this was him just hours later, finishing up a marathon day on Broadway. On Sunday, Litz raced through all 5 boroughs, then went right from the finish line to the Gershwin Theater, where he plays Fiyero in the hit musical Wicked. He danced through life in the 2 p.m. matinee, then did it all over again for the 7 p.m. evening performance.
If I had sat down, I don't think I would have been able to stand up again.
This incredible feat even getting a shout-out of sorts on SNL.
Broadway star Jordan Litz announced that he will be running in tomorrow's New York City Marathon, then later star in 2 performances of Wicked, and then after that, die.
But Litz says he did it all with his family in mind.
Hopefully, my daughters will look at this accomplishment someday and be like, my dad ran the New York City Marathon and did 2 shows on Broadway. I can do anything.
Well, our thanks to Tom Yamas for that story. That's truly unbelievable to me. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. It's the top of the hour on this Tuesday, and we have some breaking news this morning. NBC News now confirming that Dick Cheney, 46th Vice President of the United States, George W. Bush, has passed away at the age of 84. We'll bring you what we know, as well as a look back on his lasting legacy in Washington. It's also Decision Day in America. That's what that music means. Voters in several key states expected to flock to the ballot box today in the first big litmus test of President Trump's second term. We're watching several heated races for governor, including in New Jersey and Virginia. Well, right here in New York, the polls are now open for residents of the country's largest city to choose their next mayor. Our Steve Kornacki is here to break down where the candidates stand. No end in sight, the ongoing government shutdown in Washington now tied for the longest in American history. Delays piling up at some of the nation's busiest airports as some federal workers, including those vital air traffic controllers, work without pay.
Was back. Get Google Pixel 9 Pro with Gemini. Buy one, get one, $1,000 off the trade-in. Only at Victra, your Verizon authorized retailer. Visit your local Victra Verizon store today.
California Dreamin'. It's something Sit and Sleep has helped more Southern Californians do than any other mattress store. Try the new Beauty Rest Black today and save up to 50% on Serta.
air traffic controllers work without pay. Meanwhile, on Main Street, a partial SNAP victory for the millions who rely on food assistance. But the question of when their full benefits will return is still up in the air. And also this morning, the penny panic that's sweeping the nation, how a coast-to-coast small change shortage is now leading to big change at some top retailers. And later in the hour, it's the hot new hospitality trend that's got many hotels taking a hint from big airliners, offering guests an a la carte pricing model for classic amenities. But would it make your next stay more convenient or just more costly? We are going to dig into that in just a little bit. It is a busy morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's on assignments at Just Ask this morning. We're going to begin with the news of former Vice President Dick Cheney's passing. He was 84 years old. In a statement announcing his death, Cheney's family said he died from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease, adding he was surrounded by loved ones when he passed. Now, Cheney's remembered as one of the nation's most powerful and controversial vice presidents. He served with Republican George W. Bush for 2 terms and was the chief architect of the war on terror in Iraq following the September 11th attacks. Now, despite a lifetime as a hardline conservative, Cheney was ostracized by his own party in later years for his criticism of President Trump. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more on his life and legacy.
Before he held the office, vice presidents were the butt of jokes. Dick Cheney was a force. In 2000, the closest presidential election ever sent him to the White House.
So help me God.
Cheney was there alone on September 11th, 2001. He ordered the administration's first response to the deadliest attack on U.S. soil. Cheney knew the Situation Room. He had been Gerald Ford's chief of staff 3 decades earlier, then a Wyoming congressman for 6 terms, the House GOP whip, leaving to be defense secretary for George H.W. Bush.
Should Saddam Hussein be foolish enough to launch an attack against Saudi Arabia?
Cheney confronting Iraq's dictator for the first time. After 9/11, President Cheney led the push for an invasion to depose Saddam Hussein, but no weapons of mass destruction were found. Iraq descended into civil war. U.S. troops became targets. Many Americans came to see the Iraq war as a mistake, but Dick Cheney never did.
Saddam Hussein wakes up every day in a jail cell. His sons are dead. And Iraqis by the millions have embraced democracy.
An avid hunter, Cheney in 2006 accidentally wounded a friend with birdshot. Cheney had faced decades of heart problems in a wheelchair for the 2009 inauguration.
I think Barack Obama is a one-term president.
A 5th heart attack in 2010. In 2012, Cheney got a heart transplant. But coronary disease did not weaken his hardline on al-Qaeda and enhanced interrogations that others called torture.
They were legal, essential, justified, successful, and the right thing to do. This nation has defeated tyrants and liberated death camps.
Dick Cheney, a self-confident and controversial leader who shaped America's war on terror. Alexander, NBC News, Washington.
For more on this, let's bring in a familiar face, former NBC News correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, it is so wonderful to get to talk with you this morning and see you. You worked with Cheney in Congress and at the Pentagon, both proud of your Wyoming roots. Tell us, what was it like working with him? Was he as formidable as we perceive him to be with this reputation as the nation's most powerful vice president?
Well, yes and no. Formidable in the sense that he had a very definite worldview that he kept to steadfastly, but no in the sense that the public image of him was not at all the way he was in private. He was a person who had a great sense of humor. I don't know that always came through, and he was somebody who was extremely loyal to the people who worked for him. Very early on in our tenure at the Pentagon, he had just become Secretary of Defense. I was asked by a senior official there to do a backgrounder for the New York Times on an arms control initiative. And Mr. Cheney said that would be okay as long as this official lashed it up with the National Security Council and the State Department. Well, he ended up, this official, revealing something that the president intended to reveal. The president was very upset with us, and Cheney said, Mr. President, that was my idea. who took the bullet for us, and I can tell you that builds loyalty. And that's the way he was with everybody who worked for him. You know, as he moved up through the corridors of power, he did not shed the people as he moved up, as some people in Washington often do. He just kept acquiring friends and supporters. You know, I just had so much respect for him.
It's truly fascinating, David, the personal communicator speak. Cheney faced a lot of backlash. We just mentioned this. Our colleague Wayne Alexander did in their piece for his involvement in laying the groundwork for the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. After it was later found that he was really working off of this faulty or exaggerated intelligence, how do you think his decisions in that period shaped U.S. relations with the Middle East and how it's continuing to impact those relations today?
Well, clearly it has affected it. I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. I will say that I think it's understandable why he had these very strong feelings about prosecuting the war on terror. You know, envision yourself sitting in the White House with the president out of town, and the 9/11 attacks have just happened. You don't know what's happening to the country, and you face the possibility of having to order to shoot down the civilian airliners. And he was grabbed by the Secret Service and taken to an underground bunker at the White House. I think that was a searing experience that very much shaped his views in the years ahead and his determination to do everything he could to try to prevent another attack.
I think these moments when it's somebody like a vice president of the country makes everybody, when you wake up to that news, kind of think, wow, and something comes to mind, you know, a moment that maybe us as people who didn't know him would have remembered a message delivered for him or his integral piece of September 11th. What about for you, though, as someone who knows him, what's the first thing you thought of when you heard this news this morning?
Emergencies can happen at any time. That's why building an emergency kit and having a plan is so important. At SCE, we stay ready for the unexpected, and we encourage you to be ready too. Learn how to build your emergency kit at sce.com/beprepared.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I fit it up. Up in my car, and get it up. Secure the bag, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I fit it up. Up in my car, and get it up. Secure the bag, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I fit it up. Up in my car, and get it up. Secure the bag, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
When you heard this news this morning?
I thought of my friendship with him, his support for me over the years. You know, we were very close. He grew up in the same town in Casper, Wyoming that I'm from. I knew his parents. Lynn Cheney, his wife, grew up just down the street from where I lived. So we were great friends, and you know, Lynn said something when introducing him at a Republican convention. She said there's no conversation that wouldn't be improved by having him in it. And I certainly found that to be the case. I never came away from a meeting with him, a chance to talk with him in his office, where I didn't feel that I learned something.
Love that. We are lucky to have you with us this morning. Pete, I hope you're enjoying your post-NBC life. It's so wonderful to see you. Thank you for your time.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Well, let's get to our other main story this morning, and that is Election Day in America. It's an off-year election, meaning today's races aren't as big as the midterms or a presidential election, of course. However, they provide this chance for voters to make their voices heard and shed light on some early questions before the parties stand ahead of those bigger races. And there's quite a few to watch this year. We've got these governor races in Virginia and New Jersey. Those could provide some early answers, along with the high-profile race for mayor in New York City, which has drawn national attention. Also, record early voting turnout here. We are going to get some analysis on today's election with senior political reporter Jonathan Allen and national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Of course, he's at the trusty big board on an election morning for us. But we're going to begin with Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles for more on these races to watch. Ryan, good morning.
These are the first major state and big city elections since Donald Trump returned to the White House. And both parties are watching closely for signs of what's ahead heading into the midterm.
Across America today, the battle for the future of the American political landscape begins. President Trump wading into the key races yesterday, including the high-stakes battle for New York City mayor, which has become a showdown featuring Zoran Mondani, the 34-year-old Democratic socialist who would be the city's first Muslim mayor, who's run on a platform focusing on rising prices,
with proposals like free childcare and city-owned grocery stores.
We have a message that is unifying the city.
But opponents have highlighted the potential costs of those plans and his previous call to defund the police, which he's since backed away from. And Mondami's criticism of Israel becoming a flashpoint in the race and a focus of former Governor Andrew Cuomo running as an independent.
He is an extremist. He is a radical. He is dangerous for New York City.
Cuomo facing controversy, including over past allegations of sexual harassment, which he's denied. He's argued he's the only one who can stand up to Trump. But yesterday, Trump endorsing Cuomo over the Republican in the race. Trump writing that he may withhold federal funds for the city if Mondami wins, adding, whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. Trump also holding tele-rallies last night for candidates in other big races.
Get out and vote, but we have to beat the radical left.
In the razor-thin governor's race in New Jersey, backing Republican Jack Ciattarelli over Democrat Mikey Sherrill. Another closely watched governor's race, Virginia, where former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger and Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears are vying to become the state's first female governor. Earl Sears leaning on her party's momentum and experience as an incumbent.
I am ready to take command on day one.
While Spanberger, a former CIA officer, pitches herself as a steady hand in uncertain times.
What is it that we do here in Virginia? We flip some seats.
And on the West Coast, all eyes are on California's Prop 50, a ballot measure asking voters if the Democrat-led legislature should redraw the state's congressional map, a direct counterpunch to the president's Republican redistricting push in states like Texas. If it passes, up to 5 House seats could flip blue, potentially reshaping control of Congress next year.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. Well, it would not be an election day without our own Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Actually, we're lucky we got you 2 days in a row, Steve, with a poll and now an election day. He's going to give us more perspective as voters are heading out to those polls. Steve, walk us through where things stand right now in the biggest races you're watching as people head out to vote. You mentioned a couple governor's races and that mayoral race.
Yeah, happy election day, Savannah. Well, let's start where the polls are going to close first tonight. That's in Virginia, 7 p.m. Eastern. Those polls close. Governor's race there to succeed Glenn Youngkin, the Republican incumbent. He is term limited. He can't run again. His lieutenant governor, Winsome Earl Sears, is running against former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. This is a state, of course, a blue state. Donald Trump lost it to Kamala Harris by just under 6 points last year. If this is a close race tonight, that would be a surprise. If Earl Sears actually wins this race, that would be a major upset. The polling has put Spanberger comfortably ahead in this race. Earl Sears' campaign has been hobbled in several different ways. She hasn't even gotten an endorsement from President Trump. And one area we're watching in Virginia, Northern Virginia, that's a bit too big of a circle there for the area I'm describing, where federal workers are a major part of the population. We want to see how that shutdown, the ongoing shutdown, could affect the outcome in Virginia. New Jersey,
Nissan of San Bernardino, we make driving the perfect car a reality. With a large inventory of new and certified Nissan, you are sure to find the right car. We accept all credit applications and offer top value for your trade-in. And with our quality service area, your car will receive the best care possible. Visit us off the 10 and 215 freeways or start your search at nissanofsb.com. At Nissan of San Bernardino, we make your car buying experience exceptional.
Victorville Chevrolet is your Silverado superstore. With over 200 Silverado trucks in stock, Victorville Chevrolet has your truck. Right now, during Truck Month, get 2.9% APR for 72 months on Silverado trucks. Purchase a new Chevy Trax for only $18,995. Or lease a new Chevy Equinox EV for just $89 per month. Come see why Victorville Chevrolet was named Chevrolet Dealer of the Year for the second year in a row. Victorville Chevrolet, your Silverado superstore. Just off I-15 in Victorville or online at vvchevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
this looks like the closer of the two governor's races. This is the one Republicans think they have a shot at with this man, Jack Ciattarelli. He ran 4 years ago. He nearly won. He's back now running against Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. Polls have put Sherrill ahead, but much closer than we're seeing in Virginia. Again, this is a blue state, one where Donald Trump made a lot of progress, though, in 2024. Ciattarelli, the key for him tonight, if he's going to have a chance, there are the suburbs of New Jersey, the classic New Jersey suburbs that are anti-Trump. They didn't vote for him in 2020. They didn't vote for him in 2024, but they did vote for Ciattarelli when he ran in 2021. Can he get those voters now with Trump back in the White House? Interesting to keep an eye on. And then in New York City, Zoran Mamdani won the Democratic primary by 12 points over Andrew Cuomo. He certainly is the front runner heading into today. One of the questions here has been Cuomo and Sliwa splitting up, dividing that opposition to Mamdani. We saw at the 11th hour, Donald Trump weighing in saying, you have to vote for Cuomo yesterday. That may be aimed at trying to get Sliwa voters at the last minute to redirect into Cuomo's camp, try to consolidate that opposition.
All right. Oh, thank you, Steve. God, you just did that so efficiently, unpacking all these big ones. Now, yesterday you were with us because we had this new NBC News poll. It's giving us some more information. We have more numbers to reveal here just about what's on voters' minds today. Of course, we'll also get that later on this evening as we get exit poll information. But right now, the second Trump administration faced numerous challenges in the first 9 months. What are voters telling us?
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues, they consistently say top of mind, and we've been seeing this for a while, no surprise, the economy, inflation. We ask about, what we're asking here is, has Trump lived up to or fallen short of your expectations on these issues, on the economy, on looking out for the middle class, on inflation? And look at that, it's only about a third who say he's lived up. It's about 2/3 who say he's fallen short. This is a big reason, Savannah, in our poll, that Trump's overall job approval rating sits at 43%. That's the level that has typically meant trouble for candidates from a president's party in elections like today. So that's something to keep in mind, especially if the Democrats have success today and not just win these races, but win them big. This might be a big reason why.
So we mentioned we're a year out from a midterm election where control of Congress will be up for grabs. That could pave the way for the 2028 presidential election. That's really kind of what all these things are about, right? Is the indicators that we get, what they mean as we look forward. What are voters' thoughts when it comes to control of Washington?
Yeah, that's the thing. The generic ballot, looking ahead to the midterms next year, we say, which party would you like to see control Congress? Democrats now have opened up. You can see it here. That's an 8-point advantage over Republicans. Earlier this year when we polled this, it was basically even. So again, this kind of number, this is the number that's meant big trouble for a party to be down this much in a generic ballot in the past. So again, this is worth considering with tonight's results. The Democrats are winning big tonight. This now starts to look like something that's going to worry Republicans a lot more. If Republicans were able to win New Jersey tonight, with the numbers I just showed you and with the generic ballot showing this, I think a lot of Republicans are going to take heart from that and say, look, the climate might be rough right now, could be rough next year, but if Chitterelli could win in New Jersey, Republicans elsewhere could pull that off in 26 as well. So interesting tonight to measure those results against the polling we're getting.
It truly is interesting, even in one of these off-year races. There's a lot to watch for tonight. Steve, by the way, I like the gray pants.
Oh, thank you. They're comfortable. Thank you.
With a little color switch. Thank you, Steve. We'll see you all night here on NBC News Now. For more on this, let's bring in our friend NBC News Digital Senior National Politics Reporter, Jonathan Allen. John, good morning. Always great to have you with us as well. So these off-year races, as we're just talking about, they help answer some of these important questions, like how people are feeling about the presidential administration, about President Trump after his first year back in office, and how the Democratic Party is rebuilding after these big losses last year. What are you looking for in terms of trends as we start getting this vote counted tonight?
Well, first of all, Savannah, I want to say that I am not wearing gray like Steve Bernanke, but I am wearing pants, even though you can only see the top part.
That's exactly where your head goes when we can only see you from the neck up. Thank you for that, John.
But here's what I'm looking for. Both the Virginia and New Jersey gubernatorial elections are being held in states that Donald Trump won by about 6 points last time, so they're both Democratic-leaning states. And what I'm curious about is whether those margins get bigger or smaller for the Democratic Party in terms of trying to measure whether there's the kind of energy for them that they would need to win in the midterms. Obviously, candidate quality matters. So it could be that you see one going, say Virginia, there might be a margin where the Democrat wins by a larger bit and New Jersey a smaller bit. But as Steve was saying before, I mean, if Republicans win either one of those states, it'll send Democrats again back to the drawing board.
We just heard from Steve there on this recent NBC News polling showing that voters think President Trump has fallen short, specifically when it comes to his handling of the economy. It was obviously something that was a major campaign point for him. Could these low marks hurt Republican candidates, do you think, in this year's races? And by the way, I think in a similar vein, maybe because of similar concerns, could the government shutdown play into who turns out to vote today?
So that's the thing that I think will be fascinating to watch in Virginia, particularly Northern Virginia, where Steve was circling the map earlier. There are so many federal workers in Northern Virginia and so many people whose livelihoods, even if they don't work directly for the federal government, depend on the federal government, so contractors and the like. In the interest of disclosure, my wife is a federal employee. But I think we'll get a good sense from Northern Virginia how sort of what the shutdown reaction is. As far as the economic numbers, voters have limited choices, when they go to the polls. One way that they register their disapproval, and we see that they disapprove of the economy right now, is to vote for candidates of the party that's out of power.
Here in New York, John, President Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo last night, running as an independent. Interesting because there is a Republican in that race, but Steve just made the point. It kind of seemed like this, alluding to don't split the vote between Cuomo and Sliwa, rather than kind of like that could support Mamdani. Why has this race gotten so much national attention? Remind us what it is about this New York City mayoral race that has made headlines across the country, and what it does mean for Democrats if Mamdani wins.
Yeah, I mean, number one, and far and away more than anything else, you've got a Democratic socialist running for mayor of New York who won a primary against a former governor of New York. There's a lot of discussion of whether Zohran Mamdani is the future of the Democratic Party, as the party figures out where it's going. New York is its own place, and it's not necessarily reflective of all the places where Democrats run for office. But I think what you'll see tonight, if Mamdani wins as expected, is a lot of excitement from two separate people and sort of types of people. One, Bernie Sanders and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party that will look at Mamdani and say this is the model for the future. And two, Donald Trump and the MAGA base who will say this is the future of the Democratic Party. It's an exciting moment for both sides.
All right, John Allen, thank you so much. And for more analysis on today's election,
was back. Get Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Buy one, get one, $1,000 off a trade. Only at Victra, your Verizon authorized retailer. Visit your local Victra Verizon store today.
make sure you stick with NBC News Now. And tonight, tune into our special coverage. It starts at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. We'll bring you those latest results as polls close across the country. Well, now let's get to the latest on that big issue hanging over today's election. We just talked to John about this. The government shutdown that now enters day 35, time for the longest in history. For weeks, it's been contributing to delays at airports nationwide, and officials are warning it could get worse. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National with a closer look. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. So barring some last-minute decision or development, this is going to become now the longest shutdown in history as of today. At your airport, at this airport, TSA officers and also air traffic controllers continue to work without a paycheck. Yesterday, we have 4,500 delays nationwide. And now, just 2.5 weeks ahead of the Thanksgiving travel rush, the fear is if this continues, it will throw a serious monkey wrench into the travel rush.
Day 35 and the government shutdown is now tied for the longest on record. And for workers and travelers at the nation's airports, the pain is very real.
I'm a little pissed off, for sure.
For a second day in a row, security lines at Houston Intercontinental Airport stretched outside and throughout the terminal after major delays on Sunday, which the airport blamed on staffing issues. The Transportation Department says staffing shortages contributed to more than half the delays at the airports this past weekend, with air traffic controllers and TSA officers working without pay.
I'm pleading with them to get into the towers and the facilities across the country and keep our airspace operational.
Meanwhile, for the millions who rely on food assistance programs, the Trump administration says it will partially fund SNAP benefits in order to comply with the federal judge's order. But recipients will only be paid out half of what they normally get. As pressure mounts for both sides to come to an agreement, there have been bipartisan talks between rank and file senators, but they haven't yet reached the party leadership. And some Democrats are still pushing for concessions on health care.
Democrats are in the fight to lower costs for working families.
While Republicans say Democrats should just focus on reopening the government.
For the sake of the American people, let's hope that at least some Democrats can see their way to ending this and ending it soon.
One important note here, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has kept the House out. They have not been in session since September 19th. Meanwhile, the U.S. Travel Association is warning the longer this goes on, the greater the potential impact on the Thanksgiving rush. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. All right, well, the Pacific Northwest is getting hit with some seriously stormy conditions. Let's now get a check on your morning news now. Weather with our Angie Lassman. She's here. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning to you. We've got a couple of systems that we're going to track across this region that's going to leave us unsettled for a couple of days. So here's the deal right now. Some rain and some mountain snow stretching across parts of the Pacific Northwest from Northern California all the way into the mountains. And this is going to kind of set the stage for what we deal with today. You can see that first push from this system working to the east. We've still got most of the heavy rain focused across parts of the coast, and that's honestly where we're going to see the highest rainfall amounts as well as the strongest winds. Tomorrow we get this reinforcing kind of next shot of a system that pushes more rain, more of the snow across parts of this region, and again, keeps our winds elevated for folks there. Here's the rainfall totals. Notice where you see that darker red, those are 3+ inches, so that's likely what we're going to see closer to the coast, especially if you live in Northern California, parts of Oregon, near Seattle, we'll see some of those higher amounts. As far as our winds are concerned, we've got wind advisories up and down, really for a good chunk of this region, stretching up and down the coast and, of course, out towards the mountains. We've got Lake Tahoe, we've got Mendocino, Eureka, all the way down through San Francisco included in this with our wind gusts 30, 40, 50+ miles per hour. Notice some of those higher elevations gusting over 60 miles per hour. So the gusty conditions are here to stay for folks out west, at least through tomorrow morning. And then we switch gears, we go to the other coast. This is, of course, New England, and you can see 11 million people under wind alerts there as well. So the gusty conditions remain in place for folks in this region, stretching from Maine all the way down through places like Hartford, Providence, Nantucket, gusting close to 50 miles per hour through the day today, potentially into tomorrow. We could see these lasting as well. And one last thing we're watching, a low pressure system that's going to zoom across parts of the Midwest today. This will be a fast mover. So some showers will cross the Great Lakes through the overnight hours tonight and then make their way into the Northeast for tomorrow. I mentioned those gusty winds stay with us across this region, but the scattered rain, the high elevation snow, all on the table as well. And then how about some warmth? We've really got a mixed bag today. The middle of the country dealing with temperatures well above normal. We've got the 80s on tap across parts of Texas, running more than 20 degrees above normal in some spots. And that warmth moves east for tomorrow. So if you're looking for the 70s, Roanoke, Nashville, Little Rock, that's you. Mid-60s, Kansas City and Springfield, even Milwaukee and Sioux Falls, parts of the Midwest, Savannah, they're going to be in those mid-50s. The cooler air arrives as we get into late week, at least for our friends up north.
Are we getting the warm here in New York?
Yeah, it's going to be fairly mild. We're kind of on this roller coaster ride of a little chillier, a little warmer. Nothing summer-like by any means here, but still.
All right, Angie, thank you.
Of course.
There's much more to come on this hour of morning news now, including the big retailers pinching pennies at the checkout counter as a shortage of the coins takes hold. But first, after the break, Britain's latest night, it's actually soccer legend David Beckham. We're going to take you inside Windsor Castle for a royal celebration of the Prince of the Pitch. That's next.
Argo Gas hits all the marks. It cleans engines, boosts performance, and enhances fuel economy.
We're back with some exclusive reporting about President Trump's war on drug cartels. Current and former U.S. officials tell NBC News that the Trump administration is now making plans to extend that war into Mexico. On top of that, the president also appears to be eyeing military action in Nigeria. NBC's national security correspondent Courtney Cubey has the latest.
President Trump's war on drugs potentially expanding after U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats near Venezuela. The Trump administration has now begun detailed planning to send U.S. troops and intelligence officers to Mexico to target drug cartels with drone strikes. For current and former U.S. officials familiar with the effort, tell NBC News. A deployment is not imminent, they say, and it comes after the U.S. says it killed 64 people on boats smuggling drugs to the United States. President Trump was asked about potential U.S. land strikes against cartels in Venezuela.
How can I answer a question like that? Supposing there were, would I say that to you?
The boats strikes have sparked criticism from lawmakers questioning their legality. The Trump administration considers Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, as illegitimate and a narco-terrorist. The president was pressed if the U.S. would go to war with Venezuela.
I doubt it. I don't think so, but they've been treating us very badly, not only on drugs. They've dumped hundreds of thousands of people into our country that we didn't want, people from prisons.
At the same time, President Trump ordering Pentagon officials to prepare for action in Nigeria.
They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Defense officials tell NBC News the early planning for any military operation focuses on precision drone strikes targeting the leadership of U.S. designated terror group Boko Haram. Though at this point, the U.S. military may take no action at all. Back to you.
Courtney, thank you very much. Well, now let's head to Rome, where a medieval tower partially collapsed during renovation, killing one worker. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Longa joins us from the scene. He's got that and other world news for us in 60 seconds. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, we are literally steps away from the Colosseum and my house. That's why I know that tower very well. Now, this was built in the 13th century, but it's been laid there, abandoned for 40 years. Then this summer, they started renovation work. They wanted to turn it into a museum, but early on Monday morning, all hell broke loose here. Now, the tower partially collapsed twice, injuring 3 workers. A 4th worker remained trapped under the rubble for 11 hours. He was eventually extracted, but he died on the way to the hospital. Let's go now to the Middle East, where on Monday, the Red Cross said Israel handed over the bodies of 45 Palestinians in exchange of 3 deceased hostages, handed over by Hamas on Sunday. This is part of the fragile ceasefire deal for which Israel hands over the remains of 15 Palestinians for each deceased hostage return. There are now 8 deceased hostages still to be returned by Hamas. And let's end this tour of the world in the Maldives, which became the first country in the world to impose a generational smoking ban. The country's health ministry said that anyone born after January 1st, 2007 will be banned from smoking, purchasing, or using tobacco. Retailers will be required to verify age before selling tobacco products. But it looks like, Savannah, that Mauritius is going to become a paradise, but only for no-smokers. Back to you.
All right, there you go, Claudio. Thank you so much, and thanks for covering that breaking news. Well, let's stay with international news. This morning, soccer star David Beckham was given a big honor. The sports legend was knighted for both his impressive career and his service to charity. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from outside Buckingham Palace with the details. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you from a very windy Buckingham Palace. All the action, though, is happening at Windsor Castle. A big day for Bex, of course. Now, Sir David, and actually minutes after the ceremony, he spoke with our partners at Sky News. He said it was a really emotional day. He was with his parents, of course, his wife, Victoria. And he said after all the decades of trophies, of awards, it doesn't get any better. Take a look.
Sir David Beckham.
This morning, a long-awaited honor for David Beckham, knighted by King Charles at Windsor Castle. By his side, his wife of 26 years, Victoria Beckham. The latest and perhaps one of the greatest accomplishments for one of the most recognizable men on the planet.
I grew up in a very humble background in the East End of London, always wanting to be a professional footballer, and then I'm stood here at Windsor Castle with the most important monarchy in the world and getting a knighthood, so it doesn't get much better.
He's recently been back in the spotlight with a pair of wildly popular Netflix documentaries. The couple's star power, astronomical, ever since Posh and Bex took the world by storm in the 1990s. The Spice Girl and the superstar Manchester United midfielder, from the stage to the pitch, and no one could bend it like Beckham. They moved to the States, David playing for the LA Galaxy while Victoria launched her fashion career. Last month, Netflix documented the lead-up to Victoria's first Paris fashion show.
I feel now I really have an opportunity, and I don't want to let that slip.
David telling Savannah and Craig earlier this year he had to convince her.
She's unbelievably hardworking, and no one gets to see that. She's a very clever and hardworking lady, so I want people to see that.
They still maintain a strong foothold in America. David co-owning the MLS team Inter Miami, giving jerseys to Savannah and Craig.
I bought you a couple of Inter Miami shirts.
Oh my gosh! The couple, unofficial ambassadors for England back in 2012, David was key to bringing the Olympics to London. And after hanging up his cleats in 2013, he was committed to a career off the field.
I don't give up easy. It's Beckham. I don't give up.
His philanthropy took center stage. And over the years, David has forged friendships with the royal family, bonding with King Charles over their shared love of gardening. And today, his friend King Charles dubbing him Sir David.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Order anything to manage everything. With Granger's endless product options, you can work smarter, not harder. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by.
Now, Savannah, of course, today was all about Sir David, but Victoria was there looking stunning, looking beautiful as usual, and kind of a big role for her as well. She designed the three-piece suit that Sir David was wearing, her first foray into menswear for a pretty special occasion. Savannah?
Wow, that's pretty cool. Wonder if she'll start selling that. Sir David, got to get used to that. Molly, thank you very much. Well, coming up, a harrowing hostage situation caught on police body cam. After the break, how one Florida deputy saved the life of a 7-year-old held against his will by his own brother. Stay with us. Welcome back. New body camera footage shows the harrowing rescue of a child in Florida who was held at knife point by his older brother. A Hillsborough County deputy ultimately shot and killed the 27-year-old suspect who had barricaded himself inside the bedroom along with his 7-year-old brother. NBC's Ryan Chandler has the latest.
Sheriff's office, make yourself known.
The Florida Sheriff's deputy heralded as a hero.
Drop the knife and bring the child out of the room.
After confronting a disturbing domestic hostage situation in Hillsborough County, Deputy Antonio Gonzalez racing to this home after a frantic 911 call, reporting 27-year-old Mario Camacho was armed with a knife, barricading himself inside a bedroom with his 7-year-old brother after attacking his sister.
Drop the knife, bring the child out of the room.
Commands left unanswered, and then the boy's chilling plea from behind the blocked door. Gonzalez jumping into action to rescue the child.
Hands right now. I'll kill you. Drop the knife. Drop it.
Sending one shot through Camacho's motorcycle helmet as he held the boy in a chokehold with his left hand, a knife in his right.
Come on, baby.
Gonzalez grabbing the boy, Camacho later pronounced dead.
If our deputies did not take that action, there's no doubt in my mind that that boy is not here tonight.
The sheriff's office praising Gonzalez's quick action. The deputy, just 25 years old, 11 months into the role.
These are the monsters in our community.
Authorities say mental illness played a part in the tragic scene. Camacho has previously been subject to involuntary detention for mental health issues and was arrested twice before on domestic violence charges, but never convicted. Recognizing while one boy was saved, the family is left broken tonight.
There's no doubt in my mind that that boy would have been harmed. But right now, in the aftermath of that heroic action, is a family that has to pick up the pieces.
Ryan Chandler, NBC News.
Drop the knife.
Just harrowing. Well, this morning we're also remembering actress Diane Ladd, who passed away Monday at her home in California at the age of 89. NBC's Ann Thompson has more on her life and legacy.
Hi there. Diane Ladd had a long career as a character actor, and by all accounts, she was quite the character herself, making us laugh or cringe with her work on the big screen while fending off a terminal disease for the last several years.
You can kiss me where the sun don't shine.
From film to theater, Diane Ladd did it all in a career that spanned more than 60 years. Ladd was born Rose Diane Ladner in Mississippi and moved to New York, where she met her future husband, Bruce Stern. Their first daughter died at 18 months old in a swimming pool accident. The couple had another daughter, future big screen star Laura Dern, but separated soon after she was born. Ladd's breakthrough came as the sassy diner waitress Flo in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which earned her the first of 3 Oscar nominations.
You don't like me very much, do you?
In the 80s, she played Chevy Chase's mother in the comedy classic National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Oh, it's so lovely.
In 1990, alongside her daughter Laura, she was a deliriously unhinged mother in David Lynch's Wild at Heart.
And I mean are not gonna see him ever. End of story.
Then she and Dern teamed up again in Rambling Rose, making history as the first mother-daughter duo to be nominated for Oscars in the same year.
Is it true you were an orphan?
Yes. After the age of 7, I was.
Me too.
In 2018, the actress was diagnosed with a terminal lung disease. She was given just 6 months to live, but beat the odds, she says, thanks to long walks and conversations with her daughter, an experience they wrote about in a book.
Laughing over absurd fights and silly things we've been through was in fact so healing.
Dern was by her mother's side when she passed away. She was the greatest daughter, mother, grandmother, actress, artist, and empathetic spirit that only dreams could have seemingly created. We were blessed to have her. Until almost the very end, Ladd, who was 89 when she passed, was active and looking to the future. One of her final Instagram posts in September was about a project starring iconic actors Christopher Plummer, Peter Fonda, and William Hurt. Ladd writing underneath her post, "Hey kids, what do you think of me getting into podcasting?" Back to you.
All right, Ann, thanks for that look back. What a legacy. We've got much more to come right here on Morning News Now. Stay with us. We are back with the growing penny panic here in America as more and more big-name retailers alert customers that they might not be able to make change. The shortage comes after the U.S. Mint ended the production of the 1-cent coins back in May. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at a McDonald's just outside of Chicago with more on the nation's penny pinch. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And we're here because even the fast food giant recently alerting customers that at some locations nationwide, they've had to start adjusting prices, all because of this little guy, a shortage of pennies nationwide. Experts say that's a trend, those price changes, that's likely to grow as America's penny supply shrinks.
Save your pennies.
This morning, consumers coast to coast are feeling, well, penniless, all thanks to a mounting nationwide shortage that's already sparking big change.
How many times I just leave a penny there for the next person? And now we're in a penny shortage, so like going in my pocket.
Kroger's, Love's, even McDonald's warning customers about America's growing penny problem. The fast food giant saying in a statement, McDonald's locations in certain pockets of the country may round up or down to the nearest 5 cents if a customer does not have exact change. The company saying the changes will not impact card or cashless payments, adding McDonald's has a team actively working on long-term solutions to keep things simple and fair for customers. Over the weekend, Giant Eagle supermarkets inviting penny hoarders to trade their stash for a gift card twice the value.
So I just walked out of Giant Eagle and it worked. I was in line for about a half hour for the penny exchange, but I got a gift card for $57.82.
The Cover Coins payroll rooted in a push to cut government spending. President Trump earlier this year ordering the Treasury Department to stop producing the 1-cent coins, with the U.S. Mint placing its last order back in May. One survey finding most Americans strongly or somewhat support the move. But now people are feeling the pinch.
Any size or type of business that deals with cash payments is going to have to implement strategies and policies on how to handle cash transactions when exact change can't be provided.
And while some estimate up to 250 billion pennies are still in circulation, the American Bankers Association notes many people stash pennies in jars or drawers, and without new ones being minted, banks and retailers are relying solely on recycled coins. Translation, maybe think twice about giving a penny.
These eyes need a rest.
They take it all in.
These eyes deserve better care.
From the best doctors.
So these eyes go to America's Best.
Where they get truly seen.
You bring the eyes, we bring the high-quality eye exam at America's Best.
So
many penny puns in that story. And by the way, for those who still think coins and cash are king, there is good news. Experts say this kind of depleting penny trend doesn't mean that cash is going anywhere overall. They point to other countries who have actually phased out their versions of the penny already, including Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, and say people there are still using cash. So, Savannah, it's really just the penny that we're talking about, and to that end, guarding this one with my life this morning. I'll send it back to you.
I'm impressed by the number of puns, Maggie. I could barely keep count. Thank you so much.
Thank you
All
so
right, there's more money news for you now. Starbucks is brewing up a big change in China. NBC's Emily Lorsch is here with our Money Minute. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Starbucks is selling a majority stake of its business there to a private equity firm in a $4 billion deal. The agreement gives the firm up to 60% ownership, while Starbucks keeps the brand and intellectual property. China is Starbucks' second largest market with about 8,000 stores, but it has faced more competition recently. And Netflix is reportedly turning up the heat in its competition with YouTube. The streaming giant is in talks with iHeartMedia to license its video podcast, according to Bloomberg. Netflix is seeking exclusivity for its programs, which would mean full episodes would not be available on YouTube anymore. However, if a deal does come through, it might mean not all of iHeartMedia's podcasts will be available to Netflix. Finally, if you're looking for a dessert to bring to Thanksgiving this year, Oreo is rolling out limited edition flavors to celebrate the holiday. The cookies are covered in fudge, infused with one of 6 Thanksgiving-inspired flavors: turkey and gravy, sweet potato, cream corn, apple caramel pie, pumpkin pie, and cranberry sauce. In addition to individual packs of a few of the flavors, the brand is selling the holiday-themed cookies in a big Oreo-shaped tin, which is only available online. Savannah, I'm very curious what turkey and gravy, what would that taste like
in a cookie? There's literally no reason for that.
Aren't you curious?
No, absolutely not curious at all. Thank you so much, Emily. All right, I want to take a closer look now at a new trend that's emerging in the hospitality industry. It's called a la carte pricing. This is where more hotels are starting to use AI technology to unbundle their reservations and allow guests to personalize their bookings, specifying whether they want things like bottled water or pool access. Some experts say it gives guests more control, but some travelers say it feels like they're being forced to pay for certain perks that used to just be free. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News contributor Harriet Baskas. She's also the creator of StuckAtTheAirport.com. Harriet, good morning. Great to see you. So walk us through this. How does a la carte pricing work, and what's the AI piece of this?
So a la carte pricing for hotels works kind of like the same way a la carte pricing or unbundling works for airline tickets. You want a room, but do you want a big room? Do you want a room on a certain floor? Do you want to check in at a certain time, check out at a certain time? You can have all that if you pay extra. And hotels are asking you to choose that and pay for that upfront.
In theory, I'm like, okay, if there's a lot of stuff I'm not going to use, like, for example, like how often am I on like a work trip or something where there's no way I'm going to the pool, or I'm looking off to my left of this list we've got in the wall here, or, you know, I don't need early check-in or early check-out. If I'm going to say I don't want those things and therefore I pay less, fine. But is it that, or is it that your baseline stays the same and anything that you want is money now that it didn't used to cost?
Yes, it seems like the same thing with the airline. You used to get a seat assignment with your airline ticket. You used to get ask for a certain floor or ask for a little early check-in when you check in at your hotel. And now those things are becoming more and more, they're becoming extra because the technology allows hotels to do that.
So it's like kind of not a la carte, it's just like extra for less things, which is
it's
unfortunate.
unbundled.
Yeah, okay. You spoke to several hotel operators, I know, in your reporting here. What did they tell you about how this has been working for them so far, and what customers are saying about it?
Well, customers both like it and don't like it. Some people feel nickel and dime, the same way as you just mentioned, you are paying for things that might have been included before. Do you want to go to the pool? That's extra. So it's nickel and diming. But some people really like it because it allows them to personalize their stay. So maybe you want a bottle of wine or some chocolates or some fresh flowers in your room before you check in. You can pay extra for that. Maybe you want rose petals on the bed. Maybe you want a butler to draw you a bath, or maybe you want some a spa treatment, or you want a package in dining and a show in town. hotels can now sell you all that because technology allows them to be more of a travel retailer than just a hotel seller.
All right, rose petals on the bed and a butler drawing you a bath. That I'd pay extra for, and that seems worth it. But like in the article that you wrote, we just showed it up in our big screen over here. It's $20. There's a little price tag on a robe. Are they charging for things like the robes that used to just sit in the closet?
I didn't see anybody charging for a robe, but I did see a hotel that offered me a hydration station, which was really a bottle of water. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's one way to dress it up. Is there any way to work this to your advantage?
I think it is to your advantage if you are a savvy shopper and you do know what you want. If you do want a nice hotel with a pool pass, then you can choose that. If you know that you're arriving early at 8 in the morning and your hotel may or may not let you in early, maybe you do want to pay a little extra to check in early. So it gives you more confidence and more personalization with your stay.
All right, Harriet Vasquez, certainly a talker. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, a fleeting marvel from Mother Nature drawing in onlookers from all over the Carolinas. When Morning News Now returns, we've got a peek at the Blue Ridge beauties that's bearing it all. Stay with us.
The Thanksgiving turkey sub is back with rich buttery stuffing, premium carved turkey, and cranberry sauce. And if that doesn't sound good to you, I'm not sure we could ever be friends. Take it from a real firefighter. You gotta try this sub.
Or mesothelioma or asbestos lung cancer case requires a caring and family-oriented California law firm with a track record of achieving significant compensation. Call Whites in Luxembourg at 917 Lawyers. That's 917 Lawyers.
We end this hour with a natural phenomenon in North Carolina that only makes an appearance for a few weeks each year. Reporter Grace Lowe from our Greenville, South Carolina affiliate takes us to the Blue Ridge Mountains for a closer look.
Bears are my favorite animals.
A few miles west of Cache Shores, North Carolina, a quiet transformation begins as dozens of onlookers from all over gather to see the shadow of the bear.
Where are you guys from?
Alabama.
Florida, South Florida.
We're from Charlotte, North Carolina.
This is a natural phenomenon that occurs right around sunset, only for around 45 minutes between 5:30 and 6:15 for only a few weeks out of the year. And luckily, we caught the perfect sunny day.
So over the weekend, we were scrolling, and we saw come up on Instagram a picture of this with the shadow kind of moving. And it was like from right now to sometime in November we could do it, so we wanted to go ahead and come out.
This only occurs from mid-October through early November, since the autumnal sun sets behind Whiteside Mountain, casting a shadow in the shape of a bear. With an elevation of 4,930 feet, during this time, it is also peak leaf peeping season for the area.
Riding around, looking at the trees, eating good food.
Shopping. Never seen this before. This is so neat.
Yep.
So I'm glad we turned around.
With the vibrant fall colors as its backdrop, quietly, the bear begins to make its shape, crawling out for a waiting audience.
I'm thinking of doing a time lapse maybe. We'll see what happens. I'll see how I feel in the moment.
As it makes its appearance, there are several different animals that also may make their debut.
And I had heard from somebody, and I don't know if it's true, that it starts as a bear, and as the shadow gets smaller, it becomes like a rabbit or a fox, and then it becomes at the very end a mouse.
A mouse, a cat, and a dinosaur.
It's clearly me from Virginia. I saw a rat. Clearly a rat.
The whole way?
The whole way.
With no lights or effects, just the perfect moment. You can go bear hunting and catch the shadow of the bear making its crawl across the valley through early November and for a second secret season in February.
Our thanks to Grace Lowe for that report. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us on a busy day. The news continues right now.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Welcome to a special election day special of Meet the Press Now. Voters nationwide are casting their ballots. It's the first major election day since President Trump's return to the White House, with the government shutdown about to become the longest in American history. So the big question, with the first polls closing in just a few hours, what message are voters about to send, and what will it mean heading into next year's midterms? In New York City, we are going to get results tonight in a mayor's race that has already echoed through the American political system thanks to the rise of 34-year-old Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani. In New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill seeking to head off a fierce challenge from Republican Jack Ciattarelli in a major test of whether Republicans can solidify President Trump's gains from last November in a typically blue state. In Virginia, Democrat Abigail Spanberger is looking to flip Virginia's governor's mansion, facing off against Republican Winsome Earl Sears. The candidates making their closing arguments in the closing hours of the campaign.
By the Eaton Fire, file your claim directly with no legal fees, no litigation. Visit SCE.com/direct claims.
The essence of driving is gripping the road, keeping momentum, and responding with precision. A brand by Hankook, a tire that fits Laughing.
Time now for a new day in our politics, and it is an honor and a privilege to be a part of a movement that has fought every single day to bring that day forward.
I'm feeling very good. I feel the momentum is on our side. If you watch the polls, they've all been moving to us. I've been on the street. I feel it from people.
We're out fundraising my opponent. We're out energizing my opponent. And today I picked up the 15th endorsement from another prominent Democrat. And when Democrats are endorsing the Republican nominee, it tells you how badly people want change all across this state.
I've told people in my state, look, if it's keeping you up at night as your governor, it's going to keep me up at night.
Congresswoman, you have to make a prediction. How's it going to turn out?
I think I'm going to do quite well today.
President Trump, meanwhile, ramping up his involvement in these races, holding tele-rallies late yesterday for Republicans in Virginia and urging New Jersey voters to cast their ballots for Ciattarelli.
Ciattarelli is a businessman and a public servant who has devoted his life to the people of New Jersey. He really has to. He loves the state.
The president also weighing in on New York City's mayoral race, endorsing former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo rather than backing the Republican in the race, arguing New Yorkers have to do whatever they can to stop Zoran Mamdani. The president also baselessly showing doubt about the integrity of the vote in California, where a measure to proceed with redistricting is on the ballot. The president claiming that all mail-in ballots are under, quote, legal and criminal review. We have reporters on the ground talking with voters in key locations in all the key races. Steve Kornacki is at the big board here at 30 Rock. Julie Sirkin in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Gary Grumbach in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And Valerie Castro is in New York City. But Steve, I have to start with you. Let's talk about the big gubernatorial race in Virginia. Historically speaking, the party that is out of power has typically flipped that governor's seat 11 out of the past 12 races. Right now, Abigail Spanberger does have a lead. What are you watching for? What are the key counties you'll be looking at tonight?
Yeah, Kristen, well, it'll be the first results we get. You can see right here, polls close in Virginia, first of all these venues we're talking about. So, yes, it would be a massive upset if Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican, won this race. It would be a very big surprise if this ends up being suspenseful and goes deep into the night. But a couple places that I'm going to be looking at here. First of all, you always talk about Northern Virginia here. This is where population-dense, large, giant counties here, a lot of suburbs, exurbs, bedroom communities of Washington, D.C. One that I want to key in on right here is Stafford. Oh, that is a dot, not a click. Here we go. This is Stafford County. And let me show you why I'm keying in this. Here's sort of the fringes here of the D.C. metro area. Last year, Kamala Harris beat Donald Trump here, close, but she beat him by a point. Here's what happened when Glenn Youngkin, the current Republican governor, ran in 2021. He won it by double digits. So this is the kind of county, these are the types of voters. Again, you're kind of into suburbs, exurbs here, professional class, a lot of commuters. You're talking about the types of voters who were willing to back Youngkin in 21, who do not like Donald Trump. Winsome Earl Sears has had trouble, the polls are telling us, with those voters all campaign long, especially now with Trump back in the White House. This is the kind of county she's got to be winning. She's got to be winning by a big margin. And if we don't see that when these results come in, I think it's going to confirm what a lot of polling's been telling us.
Yeah, we will be looking very closely at Northern Virginia, that is for sure. Worth noting, President Trump held that town hall, didn't even mention Winsome Earl Sears by name. Let's head over to New Jersey, Steve. That race is a little bit closer. Republicans say they're feeling good heading into this home stretch, but what are you looking at there?
Yeah, there it is, Kristen. That's the one Republicans really do think they have a shot at. So there you go. Jack Ciattarelli. Now, remember, he ran 4 years ago. He nearly unseated the Democratic governor, Phil Murphy, who is not running for re-election. Mikey Sherrill, the congresswoman, has been leading Ciattarelli in the polls, but much closer than we see in Virginia. Two types of voters very quickly I want to look at here in New Jersey. Number one is just what I was describing a second ago in Virginia, talking about the suburbs, higher income, lots of college degrees, white-collar professionals, the suburbs that don't like Donald Trump. This is Somerset County, Bedminster, where Trump's golf club is in this county. Harris won this in a landslide last year. When Ciattarelli ran 4 years ago, he didn't win it, but wow, he made it close here. Is he making it close here again tonight? He needs these voters who were willing to consider him 4 years ago to still be willing to come on board, even though Trump is back in the White House and even though they do not like Donald Trump. And the other voters I'm looking at here, particularly interesting, take a look at Passaic County here. Large Hispanic population, 40% of the population in Passaic. Trump made massive gains with Hispanic voters last year. This was a national story and this was a New Jersey story. So much that Trump won this county. First Republican to win it at the presidential level in decades. We want to see tonight, it's Jack Ciattarelli's name on the ballot, not Donald Trump. Does that momentum continue with Hispanic voters, or does this group go back to being a core Democratic constituency, which we've traditionally seen?
Yeah, New Jersey, one of the biggest states where Trump made inroads, one of the biggest blue states. Okay, let's talk about the mayor's race here in New York City. It's hard to know how many lessons we can draw nationally because the electorate here in New York is so unique. It is so incredibly diverse, and because the candidates in this race are unique as well. Governor Andrew Cuomo, by his own admission, resigned amid various scandals. So right now, this political upstart, Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, has the lead heading into Election Day, but Trump endorsed Cuomo overnight.
Yes, some interesting cross currents and dynamics, to say the least, right here. Let's dive into New York City. Again, we know Mamdani beat Cuomo. He beat him by double digits in the Democratic primary by 12 points. And we know Mamdani's been leading in the polls. They've been a bit all over the place, but the one constant has been Mamdani is leading. What Cuomo is hoping to pull the upset here, he's hoping for a coalition. First of all, age is a big part of this. What have we seen in the polls? Basically, voters over 45, Cuomo actually is doing well with, often leading in the polls. Voters under 45, he's getting clobbered with. So Cuomo wants an older electorate today. We're going to be looking at neighborhoods in New York City where there's older median age. That's where Cuomo wants to be running up the score, and that's where he wants there to be huge turnout. He also thinks he has an opportunity. He's done well traditionally with black voters, in the Bronx in particular. See what turnout is there as well. Jewish voters, he thinks he can do very well with Jewish voters. And the other group he needs, and this gets to what you just said about Donald Trump, he needs Republicans. There are some Republicans in New York, and a lot of them are backing Curtis Sliwa. If Cuomo's going to have any chance, he needs consolidation. He needs those Republicans to show up at the polls today, look at Sliwa's name, look at Cuomo's, hold their nose, and check off Cuomo's name.
All right, Steve Kornacki, you and I are going to be together all night long, and we are really looking forward to it because there's so much to watch. Thank you so much for that fantastic breakdown. Let's head out to the field now. Julie Sirkin, who is live for us in Bridgewater, New Jersey. So, Julie, I know you've been talking to voters on the ground there. What are they telling you in these final hours of the campaign?
Both college admission tests and the SAT scoring felt tricky, but the ACT scoring felt more transparent. The ACT is simple. They translate the percent of questions you get right into a score from 1 to 36. Register for the upcoming ACT today.
Well, those two counties that Steve pointed out are the exact counties that I spend most of my time in. I'll start with Passaic County. Yesterday, we were talking to Latino voters that Jack Ciattarelli spent much of his campaign focused on. A number of them voted for President Trump in November. Some of them soured on their support because of immigration, those deportations, ICE raids, but are still considering voting for Ciattarelli today. And again, he's going to need especially that in-person turnout, because when I checked in with Cheryl's team, they were feeling pretty confident about the margins that she had in vote by mail and early voting. Now let's head to Somerset County, where I am right now. This is definitely an area that Jack Ciattarelli is hoping to thank his supporters in tonight when he holds his election party literally up the street from here. And every single voter that I've talked to, one voted for Cheryl, the other for Ciattarelli, and so on. This is really a mixed bag for him here. And he's hoping again that he can continue that momentum that he built in 2021, take it into this election day this time around. Take a listen to what one of the voters we spoke to said were her top issues. She voted for Ciattarelli, and I'll give you a hint. It's affordability. Watch this.
How do you feel about New Jersey kind of leaning more to the right?
I pray it happens, because so far all the years of being on the left have not done me any good at all. I'm a small business owner, and I've really been struggling through this, because I see all my clients and they're struggling, so it's hard for me to raise my prices. It's like a big catch-22 circle, and we're just chasing our tails and not getting anywhere.
Yeah, and voters like Heather, look, small business owners, property taxes, that's a really important issue in the state. Electricity prices, affordability, that's what both campaigns have been focused on. We'll see which one has the winning message, Kristen.
All right, well, great interview there, great analysis. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much for that. Let's head to Gary Grumbach, who's live for us in Virginia Beach. This has become a hotbed of focus for both of the gubernatorial campaigns. You've got a lot of military families, a lot of wealthier families who have settled there. What are you hearing from the folks there today, Gary?
Voters we've talked to today here, Kristen, are frustrated. The government shutdown now on day 35 is really impacting this community in the Hampton Roads area. 60,000 federal workers live in this area. Thousands of members of the military live in this area. Voters we talked to today said they called it stupid, the government shutdown. Say they want President Trump to do something, to do anything to get this shutdown done. And they would like some of them say they would like some change in the state of Virginia in order to help make that happen. Here is what some of the folks we talked to today had to say.
What do you make of the government shutdown? It's impacting so many people here in Virginia Beach and around the state.
It's stupid. They need to fix it. So I voted to fix it.
It shouldn't be shut down. I think the president should take charge and make the changes that need to be made in order to put the government back to work.
Well, I think there's a lot of government infighting, and the government doesn't tell the truth, and there's a lot of lying going on.
Now, there will be history made no matter what tonight. The first woman will be elected governor of Virginia. Kristen?
An important point there, Gary. I have to ask you about this race for the Attorney General. It's been in focus ever since Democrat Jay Jones was embroiled in that controversy over past text messages he sent making violent comments about one of his political rivals. Jason Miara is the incumbent, saying that he should drop out of the race. He has not, but it certainly has put Democrats in a tough spot. What are you watching for there, Gary?
It has, and the response from voters to that issue today has been fascinating. Some of them look at me with a blank stare because they have no idea what I'm talking about, even though TV ads are blanketing the state, talking about this very issue, or they're very kind of playing coy, kind of cagey, not going to tell me exactly what they did at the Attorney General line, whether they voted for Miaris or Jay Jones. But if you look at this as a larger issue, the Democratic Party writ large has been all about bringing down the temperature when it comes to political rhetoric. If the state of Virginia, if Virginia Democrats do elect somebody who said these kinds of things about a political opponent, it does make you question where exactly this looks like when we go into 2026, when we go into 2028, where that line actually ends up being. This is going to be a very big night for Democrats.
It certainly will be. We'll be watching closely. Gary Grumbach, thank you so much. Valerie, let me turn to you in New York City. This is coming down to the wire. I just heard from Governor Cuomo, who is saying that he does think the Trump endorsement may help cut Curtis Sliwa's lead with some Republicans. What are you hearing? What is the state of play in the wake of President Trump endorsing Governor Cuomo in this race where Zohran Mamdani has a double-digit lead?
Right, and Kristen, that endorsement from the president also saying in part that whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. Voters we spoke to here today say that despite that endorsement, it really didn't change their minds as to who they were going to vote for today. In fact, some of them say it further cemented who their choice was going to be. Those voting for Mamdani say they are ready for a change. They like his focus on affordability here in the city, including his focus on making housing more affordable and childcare more affordable, while those who say they're voting for Cuomo, they believe he's the candidate that can stand up to President Trump, and they say he has the experience to actually make change happen here in the city. Take a listen to what they have to say.
I think that in a city that overwhelmingly voted against Mr. Trump, Mr. Mamdani must have been applauding that one. I understand that Mr. Trump is a New Yorker. He has interest here. He has property here. I think a lot of people would have preferred that he keep his mouth shut, but he didn't, and that's Donald Trump.
Were you a fan of Cuomo's in the past when he was governor?
Yes, but that's also when I was younger. I think my parents also were a big fan of him too. But I think with Trump being president, there's been a lot of political shift and divide, and it's made us kind of realize we can't support someone who's been backed by a billionaire.
And President Trump endorsed Cuomo last night, so that solidified your...
That solidified my vote even more.
And Kristen, we should say voter turnout is expected to shatter records here in the city. Early voter turnout already beating records for a non-presidential election year. More than 700,000 people turned out to the polls before Election Day today. And as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, 1.4 million people have voted. Kristen.
A lot of enthusiasm there. Valerie Castro, great interviews, really insightful. We appreciate your work. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. And we are just getting started on this election day. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now for special election night coverage. As the results start coming in, we will have live analysis, breaking news, interviews, and more. You do not want to miss it. Coming up, remembering Dick Cheney, the life and legacy of one of the most influential figures in Republican politics and American politics. Cheney joined Meet the Press in the midst of the Florida recount back in 2000, as it was becoming clear that he and George W. Bush were heading to the White House after an historically divisive election. Take a listen.
We are united as a people. We are the most powerful nation on earth. We've got phenomenal success for the last 200 years, and we can build on that and move forward. But it's going to be hard, difficult to do. But I think the notion that somehow it's doomed to difficulty, or that the next administration is bound to be only a one-term administration, I don't think that's a valid judgment. I don't think anybody can make that forecast.
Did you know there's a new way to screen for cancer?
Good to know.
Cancer Guard helps screen for over 50 cancers, even before symptoms appear.
Wait, what?
It's one simple blood test.
That really is good to know.
New Cancer Guard from the makers of ComoGuard.
Welcome back. Former Vice President Dick Cheney, one of the country's most powerful figures and a key architect of the U.S. war on terror, died last night at the age of 84. The Cheney family said the former vice president died due to complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease, adding that he was with his wife and 2 daughters when he passed. Former President George W. Bush paid tribute to his late vice president, calling him a calm and steady presence in the White House amid great national challenges. This morning, the White House lowered its flags to House staff, but it has not yet issued any proclamation or official statement on Cheney's death. During her press briefing today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said President Trump was aware of Cheney's passing. NBC News' Kelly O'Donnell has more on former Vice President Cheney's life and legacy.
Remembering the life and consequential career of former Vice President Dick Cheney, who passed away surrounded by family last night. He was 84.
So help me God.
His political career spanned decades and diverse roles that shaped his path to becoming one of the most influential vice presidents in history. Cheney served as the youngest White House chief of staff under Gerald Ford, elected himself as a conservative congressman from Wyoming, later Secretary of Defense under the first President Bush. George W. Bush asked him to lead the search for his running mate in 2000, but then became the choice himself.
He needs people around him who care only about his success, who are prepared to give him honest advice and never sugarcoat it.
Shaping the cabinet and the war on terror, Cheney was the prime mover behind the theory, later proven wrong, that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
We believe he has, in fact, reconstituted nuclear weapons.
There were political setbacks, a stunningly embarrassing quail hunting accident when he shot and wounded a companion. More seriously, the conviction of his closest aide, Scooter Libby, for lying to a grand jury about the outing of a CIA operative. Cheney and wife Lynn had two daughters, Mary, whose same-sex marriage was strongly supported by her parents, and Liz, elected to Congress from Wyoming like her father, but taking a stand against Donald Trump after January 6th. The former vice president backing her and breaking with his party in 2024, publicly announcing he was voting for Kamala Harris in the presidential election. Throughout his public life, Cheney battled heart disease with a number of heart attacks and procedures, including a successful heart transplant once out of office. In 2013, speaking with Savannah about the transplant and reflecting on his life.
You said that you had reconciled with death.
As I say, I was at peace with myself. It was not frightening. It's not painful.
Joining me now is NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who covered former Vice President Dick Cheney, and also with us is our former NBC News colleague Pete Williams, who served as Dick Cheney's press secretary at the Pentagon and in Congress. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Pete, thank you for coming back on this monumental day. Kelly, let me start with you, since you just provided that look back at Dick Cheney's life. What do you think his political legacy will be, Kelly?
Well, so much of what stands out is how he was willing to stand against the forces of the moment and understood that there was a certain calm in being sure about what he believed in, sticking with his convictions. Remember, he was a chief of staff to Gerald Ford in a period after Watergate and the resignation of Richard Nixon. Not an easy time to be in the White House. When he was serving President Bush as vice president, obviously 9/11 happened, and then the war on terror, where the stakes were enormously high, and not everything went as planned, but he had a conviction about protecting the U.S. and took what some would argue were extreme measures to do it. And then more recently, a conservative throughout his life was willing to go against Donald Trump because he argued that he was a danger to the Republic and said publicly he would vote for Kamala Harris. He stood by his daughter, both of them in very public ways. So what I think stands out about Dick Cheney is he knew what his views and principles were and stuck with them, and he was willing to stand up and go against the moment, whether it was for family, for belief in country, or the events where he just felt his voice needed to be clear.
Pete, Kelly talks about former Vice President Cheney's convictions. You knew him so well. I know that today has been filled with grief for you and also a lot of memories. What is it that you are remembering most about him today, Pete?
Well, I remember that he was exceedingly loyal to the people who worked for him. I experienced that firsthand just a few months after I came to the Pentagon, when a senior official and I cooked up a backgrounder for the New York Times about a forthcoming nuclear arms strategic move that the president had planned to announce himself. And the president was very upset, called Dick Cheney and said, you know, I'm very unhappy with these guys. And Cheney said, well, Mr. President, that was my idea. Now, I got to tell you that sort of thing where the boss takes the bullet for you builds loyalty. And that is the kind of thing, that's the way he treated people throughout his 40 years in public life. As he moved through the circles of power, instead of just abandoning the people who had helped him, you know, below and climbing ever higher, he kept acquiring friends and supporters. And that's what stands out in my mind. He also had a great sense of humor. I know this is going to surprise people, but he had a wonderful self-deprecating sense of humor. But he was very serious about what he thought was right for the country. And I think the searing experience of being in the White House when the president was out of town, when the 9/11 attacks were happening, nobody knew what was going on. He had to contemplate having to shoot down civilian airliners. I think that really steeled his resolve to make sure that the country was never again attacked, and he was willing to consider virtually any means to prevent it.
Well, your recounting of that story about his loyalty to you when you were young and working for him, just extraordinary to think about. Pete, how do you think he viewed his role as vice president?
Impacted by the Eaton fire, you may qualify for direct compensation through Southern California Edison's Wildfire Recovery Compensation Program. File your claim directly with no legal fees, no litigation, and receive payment in months, not years. Visit SCE.com/direct claims.
Nobody ever thought he himself had plans to run for president. He actually did think about it after he finished his time as Secretary of Defense. He seriously looked at it and then decided it wasn't for him. And I think he had thought that his career in public service, his time in public service was over. And then when George W. Bush asked him to help vet vice presidential candidates, and finally the president said, "Why don't you do it?" He always viewed his role as giving the best advice that he thought he could. They didn't always agree, as the president himself has said, but he viewed his mission as supporting the president, giving solid advice.
And Kelly, we've talked about, and you touched on the idea that former Vice President Cheney really represented the conservative old guard of the Republican Party, very different than the MAGA movement. And at the end of his life, endorsing and saying he was voting for Vice President Kamala Harris. It was an extraordinary shift. Talk about that representation, everything that he stands for within the Republican Party.
Well, he didn't move politically. He made a judgment about the choice, and he felt the choice was clear, that although he was a conservative and believed in the principles of the party that he served for all those years, he felt very strongly that he had seen the actions of Donald Trump that he talked about. He said that he believed that Donald Trump had tried to overturn the election and that he had brought violence to the Capitol on January 6th. We also saw how his daughter, Liz Cheney, was involved in the reviews of that in Congress, and she paid a political price. So he moved toward Kamala Harris after he evaluated all of those things. I was always struck too when we were covering him as vice president, we were always mindful of his health, and there were times when we would race to George Washington Hospital because he was frequently a patient there. Heart attack at 37, heart transplant operation after he left office. I think he always had a sense of the fragility of life, even though his persona was to be a tough and serious person.
Well, Kelly and Pete, we are deeply grateful to both of you for helping us to remember and to pay tribute to this towering figure. Thank you both so much. Coming up next, Congress is set to break the record for the longest ever government shutdown in U.S. history, but senators are expressing new optimism that a deal could be reached as soon as this week. My one-on-one interview with a member of the House Republican leadership on where negotiations stand next. Keep it right here on Meet the Press Now on this Election Day. Welcome back. It is day 35 of the government shutdown, officially tying the record for the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But for the first time, there is a sense of cautious optimism on Capitol Hill about an off-ramp as the consequences for Americans grow more acute each day.
I do believe that we are finally making progress.
Yeah, I'd say there is progress being made. I'll leave it at that.
I've talked to a couple of my colleagues on the Democratic side who were in conversation. They tried before and it didn't work, and now they're trying again, and they seem more optimistic. I sense that people are tired of this shutdown, and all that flows from it. But we're still stuck with this premise of what we're going to do about healthcare costs.
We've made it clear in the past kind of what some of the things we would intend to do on appropriations and funding the government, et cetera, and then, you know, the vote that they would get on their Obamacare changes. So it's a universe I think is pretty well defined and established.
Joining me now is the House Republican Conference Chair, Congresswoman Lisa McClain of Michigan. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Kristen. I appreciate your.
Well, it's great to have you back. So you heard there your colleagues in the Senate talking about progress, optimism. Can you give us the reality check from your perspective, Congresswoman? Do you think that there is actual progress being made toward a deal?
Yeah. I think what you said at the beginning is so true. I am cautiously optimistic of where we stand right now. It feels like things are beginning to loosen up. People are talking more. The lines of communication are open. We're talking about off ramps. So I am cautiously optimistic that in the near future we will open the government. I do.
So well, first of all, near future, you think it could happen this week, Congresswoman?
Well, I'm optimistic. I think it can happen this week. A lot depends on Wednesday because we're on a 48-hour notice return, especially with all the air travel right now. So, you know, if it happens on Wednesday, you know, we'll be back here 48 hours. Thursday, we'll be back here. Whatever it takes, we just got to get the government open.
So you're saying whatever it takes. Let me ask you, let's say the Senate reaches an agreement on a bill that includes guarantees for Democrats on health care. I don't know what the details are that are coming together, but let's say an agreement to vote on Obamacare subsidies. Is that something that you would support? In other words, if there are strings attached?
Yeah, I think the House Republicans, we did our job, right? We voted to keep the government open. It's in the hands of the Senate now. We hope that they pass the clean CR and we can get back to regular order, because our frustration from the Republican side is we didn't put any partisan pet projects in there. We passed a clean funding bill, no gimmicks. So our hope would be that they bring us back the exact same clean funding bill. Obviously, they'll have to change the date, I think, because they're getting so close to the 21st of December. But the more strings that they attach to it, the more difficult it will be to pass in the House.
So just to be very clear, let's say it comes back, it does have strings attached. Are you closing the door to that, or would you consider it, leaving the door open to potentially support it and thereby reopen the government, even though it's not your first preference?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for all of my colleagues. I'm a betting woman, let's say. Our odds of passing the CR, if it comes back with strings attached, go down dramatically. So I don't want to say I'm going to completely shut the door on everything, because I would never say that. But I would share with everybody that if it doesn't come back clean, we got another fight, and here we go again. The best thing to do, the best case scenario, is to pass the clean CR like everybody voted for in March. And let's get back to regular order where we go through committee, right, where we have the debates on the floor. That would be the best case scenario.
Let me ask you, because of course the House has been out of session at the direction of House Speaker Mike Johnson. Some of your Republican colleagues, Congressman Kiley has argued, look, there's plenty of other work to be done, appropriations bills, for example. Do you think the House should get back to Washington and start working on other things, including trying to move these negotiations forward?
Yeah, well, what I can share with you is the appropriations committees have been meeting, members have been meeting, committees have been meeting. There has been work that's been getting done, not to mention the benefit of us being back in our districts, because we haven't been back in our districts much. So we've been able to serve constituents in our districts. Our offices are still open and whatnot. So I don't agree with that premise of that nothing's getting done in Washington. We're not having votes, but I can assure you, just talk to the appropriators, there's been a lot of work that's being done as we speak in DC.
And just to be clear about the substance of what Democrats are arguing for, they want to increase the Obamacare subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of the year. As you know, open enrollment has already started, and premiums could potentially more than double, including in a lot of states that voted for President Trump. Do you support any extension of the ACA subsidies?
Listen, the Affordable Care Act was absolutely anything but affordable. Obamacare doesn't work. We've proven that, unfortunately. You've seen premiums increase. You've seen we need PBM reform, right? What I want is, as it pertains to healthcare, is I want affordable healthcare. So when we give these COVID era subsidies, what I don't think people understand is those subsidies don't go to the individual. Those subsidies go to the insurance companies. So the insurance companies have no incentive to lower their rates because Congress just keeps paying more. We need to make healthcare affordable. The other thing we need to do with that, with healthcare, is we need PBM reform, as well as we got to stop the waste, fraud, and abuse with the subsidies. If you're making $600,000, Kristen, I don't think that you should be able to get those subsidies. So,
Congresswoman, let me ask you though. Dr. Oz was on this program. He said that the president does have a plan to replace Obamacare. He's obviously been talking for a decade now about repealing and replacing Obamacare.
Yeah.
Have you seen the plan? Is there actually a plan? Because the public hasn't seen it.
what I've seen is bits and pieces, so I'm not privy to every meeting that the president is in, but I can share with you that healthcare is on the top of Republicans and our conversations. We have to make it affordable because Obamacare isn't working and we need to fix it. We need to clean it up. So I know that, as you said, we've been working on bits and pieces over the past decade, but I haven't seen one full plan all put together in a package wrapped up in a nice bow. I think there's still going to have to be a lot of conversations as it pertains to what exactly that looks like. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions on both sides of the aisle to make sure that what we do actually is benefiting the American people and not the PBMs and the big insurance companies.
Okay, I have more questions, no surprise, but we're out of time, so you have to come back and join me again. Congresswoman Lisa McClain, thank you so much for your time today on a busy election day. We really appreciate it.
Fingers crossed.
Joining me now is our great panel to discuss all of this. Leanne Caldwell, Chief Washington Correspondent for Puck. Ashley Etienne, former Director of Communications for Vice President Kamala Harris, and Hogan Gidley, former White House Deputy Press Secretary in the first Trump administration. Thanks to all of you for being here. So, Leanne, fascinating to hear from the Congresswoman because she said she's cautiously optimistic. Doesn't seem like there's a plan that has actually come together, but it seems like maybe they're circling around the plan. What are you hearing?
Yeah, my sources on the Hill are saying the exact same thing. You have these bipartisan, rank and file Senate negotiators that are talking about how to get out of this shutdown. Now, those conversations have evolved over the past several weeks, but people seem quite ready to move forward. Now, the question now is, can they get the 60 votes in order to agree to any sort of plan? You're not just going to need the centrist Democrats, but you're going to need pretty much all of the Republicans to agree to this too. And so we'll see where this goes, but there is optimism that as early as the end of this week, that the Senate could at least vote to advance to reopen the government.
And Hogan, yet she said if it comes to the House and there are strings attached, it gets a lot more complicated. So do we go back to square one if in fact there's something that says, hey, we're going to guarantee a vote on Obamacare subsidies by this date certain?
Well, I mean, look, this is all very confusing because as we've been discussing here on this panel and with your guest just now, a clean CR was sent to the Senate. They voted 14 times now to keep the government closed. So what they do on their side is anybody's guess. The fact they're having conversations is great, but the American people have been suffering in the meantime. We were told early on by John Fetterman, for example, back channeling to Thune, that they needed to get through the Hate America rally. They did all that. Then we were told, wait till we get done with the election, and then we'll come to the table then. So I would expect after today, you're going to see some significant moves on the Senate side.
So Ashley, to speak to that point, what is your level of optimism, and do these elections actually push both sides to the negotiating table, as Hogan is indicating may happen?
Two really great questions. First is, I think the one thing we're not talking about right now is the biggest outlier, which is Donald Trump. Whether or not he actually wants to deal, he continues to weaponize the shutdown to this very day. He's defying a court order to pay SNAP benefits to 42 million Americans to ensure that our children are being fed. So for me, the question is, when is he going to demonstrate some level of leadership here? And whether or not the Senate and Republicans on both sides are spinning their wheels, because it seems to me, it demonstrates that he wants to continue to use this shutdown to harm Democrats. Now, to your question about whether or not what comes out of today's elections makes any impact, I think Democrats are hoping. They're betting very big on an affordability message. They understand that the economy is bad. The NBC poll most recently showed that Republicans have dropped 21 points in terms of their standing on the economy. So they're seeing a great vulnerability for the president that they're hoping to exploit. I think the question is whether or not they're going to make some gains with independent voters and disaffected Republicans.
Hogan, let me let you respond. And also, the other finding in our poll showed that more Americans actually blame the Republicans for the shutdown. Is this starting to backfire?
Well, first and foremost, typically Republicans lose shutdown fights in a court of public opinion. That's always been the case. This is a little bit different because Republicans are the ones who voted to keep the government open now, and they used Biden-era level spending, COVID-era level spending to do it.
That's why Rand Paul is opposed to it.
Of course. And the Freedom Caucus people on the House Republican side didn't like that either, but they did it because they wanted to keep things open, because we're about to do something that no Republican speaker has done probably since the 90s, which is get back to regular order where we're going through committees and we're passing appropriations bills. But the fact is, Democrats have had opportunities now on 14 occasions to keep the government open, and they've chosen not to. Donald Trump brought everybody to the table in the Oval Office with Hakeem Jeffries, with Schumer, with Speaker Johnson, and with Leader Thune. And of course, they came to no conclusion there, except for Democrats wanting to keep this government shut down for whatever reason I can't understand, because they voted to keep it open countless times before. In fact, they voted for this exact level of spending just 6 months ago.
But Hogan, the president could call both sides back to the table and say, enough already. Let's all agree that we want health care prices to go down. We don't want Americans.
We do agree with that. We do agree with that, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about keeping the government open so we can have the conversation on how we fix health care. By the way, the border's been wide open. We fixed it. Crime's been rampant. We fixed it. We'll fix healthcare problems too, I promise.
Okay, all right. On that note, all of this comes against the backdrop of these dramatic races that we are all watching. You all are going to be with me all night long, so get comfortable. I'm really excited that you all can be here. But Leanne, what are you going to be watching for? Because you've got gubernatorial races in New Jersey, in Virginia, you've got the big mayor's race here, and then the fight over redistricting in California.
Yeah, so California and New York, I think, are two separate things and not necessarily indicative of what's happening in the rest of the country. And that's why they're important for different reasons. But I'm going to be focusing really on Virginia and New Jersey. Every single Republican and Democrat I talk to expect Democrats to prevail in both of those races tonight. But the question is by how much? President Donald Trump did much better in both states in 2024 than he did in 2020 and 2016. And so can Republicans maintain that margin? Or do Democrats just kind of blow it out of the water? And it's just going to perhaps tell us about the mood of the country at this moment.
Yeah, Hogan, Republicans' best chance tonight may be in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli. But one of the key questions that Leanne points to, can he energized what was really a new coalition for President Trump? He energized Latino voters of color. We saw that in a county like Passaic County, other suburban counties in New Jersey. What are you going to be watching for? Do you think that New Jersey could go red tonight?
Maybe the AG race in Virginia as well.
Okay.
But I will tell you, these two states to me always seem like fool's gold, much like Minnesota. Every presidential, we say, we're going to take Minnesota this year, and we always lose it by 2. The fact Donald Trump made strides in these states where he only lost them by 5 points or 6 points respectively in Virginia and then New Jersey says they're gaining ground. But this is an off year. He's not on the ballot. You're going to have these weird timings for these races. I don't know how Republicans win, and there really is no news here. You got Democrat-controlled states are going to elect a Democrat in both governor seats, so I'm not really too surprised by that.
Actually, how much weight are you placing on the results of tonight? I was out in California talking to Governor Gavin Newsom there. He is predicting kind of what Hogan just said, which is that this could be a very big night for Democrats, and he's feeling quite confident about Prop 50.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all expect to win tonight big, but the question is whether or not we're making inroads in some of these, in Southern Virginia, that's where I'm going to be watching. What is the turnout going to be in Southern Virginia? To your point, there's these counties in New Jersey where Trump made inroads with Latino voters. Will they come out for him in big numbers? To your question, whether or not that coalition that he built, is it sustaining? Is it being sustained? Is it strong enough to make it through? And I think that's going to be telling for the Democrats. And also, I think we'll be watching the exit polls. What are the issues that people are saying that have driven them to the polls? Is it the economy? Is it the shutdown? Is it tariffs? Is it costs? All of those things are going to matter. And if Democrats are smart, they're going to weaponize it against the president.
Okay, and obviously we're watching the big race for mayor right here.
Yes.
City, which has a very unique electorate, and yet it's a fascinating race. All right, guys, thank you so much, Leanne, Ashley, and Hogan. You guys are going to, as I said, be with us throughout the night on NBC's special election coverage. Coming up right after the break, California voters head to the polls to vote on a key ballot measure that could have sweeping impacts on next year's midterms, plus why a trio of Supreme Court races in a presidential battleground state are drawing national attention. Stay with us. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now on Election Day.
Multivitamin for immunity support, so you never miss a beat. One a day, the one for you.
Welcome back. As we just mentioned, one of the big races we're watching tonight is out in California, where voters will decide on Proposition 50, a ballot measure that would redraw the state's congressional map in favor of Democrats. It's in response to the Republican effort in Texas, where Governor Abbott signed into law a new map targeting 5 Democratic-held seats. When I spoke to Governor Gavin Newsom last week, he told me he's confident the measure will pass today. It sounds like you're predicting a big night for Democrats.
Yeah, I am, and for obvious reasons. I mean, this is a historically unpopular president. His policies are even more unpopular than the president himself. It's all the things he promised to solve day one, he hasn't solved. So his recklessness aside, his style aside, the substance he hasn't delivered. And that's why, again, we're here, Prop 50, because he knows he's going to lose the midterms and he's trying to rig the election before one vote is cast.
Do you think that Prop 50 is going to pass on Tuesday, Governor?
I'm deeply confident as long as we do everything that we've set out to do over the next few days.
And just today, Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore announced he is launching a redistricting commission. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz in California. And with me on set is NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim. Thanks to both of you for being here. Liz, let me start with you and Governor Newsom telling me he's confident Prop 50 is going to pass. What are you hearing from voters out there?
Yeah, Kristen, it's not surprising how confident Governor Newsom is. For one, the polls show that this is likely to pass by a wide margin. It's showing that a majority of California voters are ready to vote yes on this proposition. And then beyond that, there is this sense, talking to voters, that there is enthusiasm and excitement around this proposition. The numbers alone, in terms of how much money has been raised, tells that story. The Yes on Proposition 50 group has raised $120 million over the past 2 months. That's a lot of money. It's more than double what the group against it raised. And it's so much so that around the time you interviewed the governor, his team put out a message to folks saying you can stop donating. We have reached our fundraising goals. That is almost unheard of. So there is this enthusiasm, and I think it stems from how the governor and top Democrats have marketed this proposition to Democrats as a way for them to be able to push back against the Trump administration. That said, of course, you are seeing folks still against it, some tussling with how to vote for it for different reasons. Take a listen to some voters.
They appeal to the nation's institutions, and those institutions fail voters. So I think that in my conscience, I supported Prop 50 with that in mind. So I realize the game that's being played nationally, and I supported it.
It really starts to undermine the very fabric of what our democracy is built upon. And so I'm just concerned what's going to happen the next election when they're not happy with the results. Oh, let's just gerrymander again.
And so that last voter there, it seems, Kristen, is less about necessarily, wanting to see more Republicans in the House, but more so this moral issue. Right now, California has an independent bipartisan committee that does the redistricting lines. It's quite popular here. And so I think some of the people against it are just having a hard time grasping that would go away, at least for a few elections, Kristen.
And Liz, just give folks a little bit of a background. What exactly would change if it does pass, and what would it mean heading into the midterms?
Yeah, so what this would do is it would really target 5 Republican-held seats in California. That number is key because, as you mentioned, Kristen, there were 5 Democratic-held seats that were targeted by Texas. And this has been called the Election Rigging Response Act. So it's in direct response to that. These are the maps here. The first map shows that right now Democrats have 43 seats in California. Republicans have 9 seats. If these new maps pass, Democrats would pick up at least 4 seats, giving them a solid 47 seats. Republicans would be down to 5, but there's even another district that would be more competitive now for Democrats. And you would see some pretty prominent House Republicans be at risk of losing their seats. We're talking about Doug LaMalfa in Northern California, Darrell Issa in San Diego, and the up-and-coming Republican Kevin Kiley in Sacramento would have a hard time keeping his seat, Kristen.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. We'll check in with you throughout the night as we continue to watch what happens with Prop 50. Jane, let me turn to you because as I just said, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore said that he's looking into a redistricting commission.
Yeah, now he put out a press release today saying he's forming this commission. It doesn't really have the same power as the kind of redistricting commission we hear about in California. Of course, these are people who are going to talk about changing the maps. So the idea is these conversations are designed, I think, to encourage the people in his state. More state is split on redistricting. Democrats in the state Senate say the votes aren't there. They don't want to pass new maps. They say it's too risky. They also say it's bad for democracy. But their big worry is that if the courts get involved, they could actually make it worse for Democrats in that state.
And we should say it's not just the few states that we've mentioned, the Texas, the California, the Maryland. There are about 13 states that are looking at the possibility of redistricting.
Yeah, my list is long and it feels like it changes every day. I mean, Democrats are also looking at Illinois. There's a sort of a complicated legislative maneuver happening in Virginia. But Nebraska's talked about it. Florida's talked about it. Indiana has called a special session, though they haven't actually come back to Indianapolis to start doing that process. And we don't know if the votes are there either. But there's states across the country are talking about this, and we can't forget that the Supreme Court could rule on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, something that's been used to curb partisan gerrymandering across the country. If that gets thrown out, expect a complete sea change, more than the one we're already seeing.
And Jane, tonight we are also watching, speaking of the Supreme Court, some state Supreme Court races out in Pennsylvania, 3 Democrats fighting to hold on to their seats there. Why are those races so important tonight?
Yeah, this is a back-of-the-ballot, sleepy judicial retention race, but it's anything but sleepy this year. Democrats have outspent Republicans by $10 million in the last few weeks, simply because if these 3 justices lose their job tonight, this court could be hamstrung for 2 full years. Retention races are a little bit quirky, but if they lose their seats, the Democratic governor and the state Senate Republicans would have to agree on temporary appointments, a tall order in this day and age. If they don't agree on appointments, those seats stay empty and the court would have 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats and would have a really hard time deciding really big cases in the state. And this is a court that's ruled on everything from redistricting to mail voting to abortion. It's a big deal.
All right, Jane Tim, watching a lot of different angles for us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And thank you for watching. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And as we mentioned, we'll have special election night coverage all night long. It kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, right here on NBC News Now. There's more ahead on NBC News Now.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawford.
Who done it?
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Do y'all recycle? Realtor.com.
All right, you guys, let's jump right back into it, back into the investigation, because I have some incredibly interesting updates for you. Actually, some explosive revelations regarding the Charlie Kirk case. Now, buckle up, because there's this country that's only the size of New Jersey. It's always the victim. It turns out that they had some people on the ground that day. And I just want to be clear here, no matter what I say throughout this episode, please remember that they are always the victim, historically have always been the victim, and they have done nothing wrong. Didn't do nothing wrong on 9/10 either. In other news, the McCoys, let's jump back into their story because I've learned some crazy interesting data points to add to our timeline. You know I love me a timeline. So let's jump back in. Welcome back to Candace. Do you know that moment when your subconscious kind of meets your conscious? Like you just suddenly, your subconscious is storing all this information and it's maybe flagging something for you that's a little weird, but you haven't come to realize it yet. And then all of a sudden, the information breaks the surface and you're like, aha, I got it. I didn't even realize that thing that happened a long time ago was a little bit weird. And suddenly you're behaving like Dory, the bluefish from the movie Finding Nemo, when she remembers the P. Sherman address from Australia. You guys know that moment. Take a watch.
So, Shine, Sydney. P. Sherman 42, all of you in Sydney.
Crime solved. Okay, that is how it works. Never ignore your subconscious. That's why I say pay attention to my dreams. I don't care who has to laugh at me about it. And there was this little something that flagged in the back of my mind as odd in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination. One of these things that might seem small, but it's always the small details that help to paint the broader and bigger picture, right? Elle Woods, in the movie Legally Blonde, she was absolutely correct when she said that people who work out have endorphins and happy people don't kill their husbands. Anyway, the thing that I realized is that Mikey McCoy, the chief of staff of Turning Point USA, Mikey McCoy, for whatever reason, he always requires an adjective. Whenever they discuss Mikey McCoy, there's an adjective before they say his name. A bunch of people in the Turning Point USA orbit described Mikey McCoy in this very unique manner. I want you to take a listen to that.
Let me tell you who the heroes were in this whole thing. We're going to start with 23-year-old Mikey McCoy. And that's when the great Mikey McCoy showed up.
And my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy.
My friend Mikey McCoy, the brilliant 24-year-old who at the time when Charlie was shot was 23 and was a hero that day.
I used to be known as Charlie Kirk's pastor, now I'm known as Mikey McCoy's dad.
He clicked into gear eventually.
It was
amazing.
Mikey was a heroic figure on that day.
Amazing, heroic, he was brilliant. It stood out to me really because it's only Mikey that they moved to do it for. And objectively speaking, okay, I don't care what your experience in life is, I would not move to insist that someone was quote unquote heroic for walking away from their friend after he was shot. Okay, that wouldn't be the adjective that came to my mind, heroic. I also don't feel the need ever to qualify any of my friends with an adjective. Think about how strange it would be if on this show, every time I cover Tucker Carlson, I was like, the spectacular. Tucker Carlson. The breathtaking Tucker Carlson is under attack in this moment. You'd be like, why are you doing that? Why do I feel like you're trying to program me? This only made me more interested in Mikey and the McCoy story. And I want to be super clear here. no innuendo. I know that Mikey McCoy did not kill Charlie Kirk. We watch him in those moments. But it's also becoming pretty apparent to me that the stage was being set for Mikey to become the new Charlie. In fact, on stage, at the memorial event for Charlie and elsewhere, they were trying to prime the public for that plausibility, almost like it was this psychological operation, nod to Rob McCoy and his family lineage, to see Mikey as capable of filling Charlie's shoes. Take a listen.
Let me tell you something about Mikey. Mikey's been with Charlie for several years. He's 23 years old. He is wise beyond his years. And when that tragedy struck, Mikey was an absolute hero who kept everybody calm and did some of the most mundane things you would think you would need to do on the worst day of his life. And he continues to be a rock. He's been following Jesus for a long time. I'm hoping that Mikey one day will follow in Charlie's footsteps right to the college campus because he has the ability, the demeanor, the grace, the knowledge to do so.
Set an example for the believers in speech and conduct and love, in faith and in purity. Our speaker today, Mikey McCoy, has done that. His path was pretty much like Charlie Kirk's path.
Pretty much like Charlie Kirk's path, and he's got the grace and the wits and it's amazing, okay? And if you're wondering why we also included Erica saying the amazing Mikey McCoy in her first speech, it's because Rob McCoy, oddly, refers back to Erica's speech when he is asked specifically what he believes Mikey's future is going to be at Turning Point USA, okay? He's gonna start, you're gonna see, he's gonna answer a question. The show is Faith, the Faith Forward show. And he starts to answer the question, but then he sort of cuts himself off and he trails into a different topic, almost as if he catches himself. Take a listen.
And then Mikey specifically, like how he's gonna kind of fit into that picture, because when I'm seeing him speak, man, I'm like, dude, Mikey is going to have a humongous role within this organization.
So Charlie was an avid journaler, very avid. And when Erica started opening up his journals after he was killed, she started reading. Charlie had a plan all the way through 2028. Wow. Written out. I mean, there's an order of succession, and when she comes out and she says the amazing Mikey McCoy. Yeah. And this is one of the things I would share with Mikey, I'd share with Charlie, and I learned it from Steve Smotherman, and Pastor Steve Smotherman said it to Charlie. Where you're a public figure, you have very little privacy.
That was weird, right? That's a weird way to try to answer that question. What's he doing there? Is he trying to make us believe, but not explicitly state, but kind of explicitly state, or maybe implicitly state that Charlie's future, or rather Mikey McCoy's future, was written by Charlie in one of these journals? That's what I was picking up. That's what I feel like he was throwing down. Let me know if I'm crazy, but that was a weird way to answer. And he's like, so when Erica comes out and she says the amazing Mikey McCoy, he talks about the journals. What's going on here? Now, I'm going to give you some data points to back this up. Now, I maintain that the wonderful Mikey McCoy doesn't strike me as intrinsically evil. Something Charlie used to always say to me is the eyes are the window to the soul. I don't see this intrinsic evil when I look at Mikey McCoy's eyes. But, however, I do think he was hyped, okay? I think Mikey was promised or told or encouraged that he would become the new Charlie, and it is a fact that was the #1 sentiment that we received from our Turning Point USA insiders following Charlie's assassination, that the supercalifragilistic Mikey McCoy appeared to have like an extra spring in his step that made them all a little bit uncomfortable in the aftermath, and that he seemed all too happy to assume Charlie's position. Look, he's already speaking at Liberty University. Why? Because he made some phone calls? Have we lowered the standards for what makes somebody a hero in 2025? I don't know. And I will say that beyond the sentiment that was expressed to us from these Turning Point USA insiders, there are some interesting facts. Fact number one, for whatever reason, in the month, and I'm going to make sure that I address my timeline here, in the month leading up to Charlie's death, Mikey McCoy was interested in capturing some behind the scenes footage, more intimate moments of Charlie's life. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of that, okay? Example number 1, Charlie's very last overseas trip to Korea. Okay, this was 4 days before he died. For whatever reason, Mikey McCoy felt suddenly inspired to try his luck, miking up Charlie and capturing him on the road. And he says this is the first time he ever did it. Take a listen to Mikey McCoy explain that.
Today is really fun because Mikey and Blake are going to talk about their last trip with Charlie to Asia.
Yep.
And Mikey, you are now in the driver's seat. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that was just 3-4 days before Utah.
Crazy.
And it was Charlie's dream to always go to Asia, and Blake and I got the gift of being able to tag along for that. And so I brought the camera with me. I've never traveled with a camera before, but I decided, it'd be a good idea to mic Charlie up, do some content with him while we're there.
Okay. That is remarkable, obviously. For the first time, he decided to mic. It's not something that somebody does as a chief of staff. It's not something that somebody does in that role. Okay, I've traveled with Charlie everywhere. Very strange. The person that mics is always the AV person. And I would assume there were some AV people that were on hand given the trip. But anyways, that's not it. Okay, that's just one point that we have. And don't worry, because I'm going to show you after I've plotted all this into our timeline. Just a few weeks before Charlie died, Mikey McCoy and his wife Eliza, for the very first time, now this is according to Eliza McCoy, she shared that it was the first time ever that they went on vacation. Her and Mikey went on vacation with Erica and Charlie. Here's that post on Instagram. That second paragraph begins, "We spent a few weeks together this summer, our first family trip together." Okay, getting real close there. And while they were on this very first time together for a couple of weeks vacation, something moved the McCoys to capture intimate and sweet moments of the Kirk family from behind the scenes. Now, you know which footage I'm talking about. It's the footage that has since gone viral of Charlie walking with his children and Erica. Erica grabs his hand, actually a very sweet moment, and it moved a lot of us. People were, I was crying when I first saw this footage a couple of days after Charlie died. Well, let me tell you guys something. Fortunately, the McCoys were the ones that captured that footage. See, my thing is I need to know what moved them to do that. Are they really just that extraordinary? Is it the extraordinarily lucky Mikey McCoy? Because I was thinking about it because I have a big family and people with families know. And you can go through Charlie's Instagram as I have done. There's always one person missing from intimate family moments when they're on the fly. They're not planned, right? There tends to be one family member missing because one person grabs the camera and you're capturing the kids with dad, or you're capturing the kids with mom, or it's just the kids, whatever it is. That's how family footage, when it's organic, tends to look, right? And of course, on holidays, you get together, you stand up, you capture a picture. That is the pattern. If you go through Erica, Charlie's Instagram, Charlie's missing or Erica's missing, and that's because they're filming each other. But thankfully, the McCoys were on hand in what looks like mid-July or early August. Into early August, according to my sources, we will nail down these specific dates in the future. We are working on it, okay? Strikes me as odd that Mikey is just picking up the camera and capturing these moments. I don't know. For the first time ever, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And if I'm in Erica's position, I'm starting to look at him funny, like, what's going on here, okay? Now let's bring in Daddy McCoy. Wouldn't say, he strikes me as something else entirely. And he similarly had some rather impeccable timing. Rob McCoy, as you very well know, was the senior pastor of the Godspeak Calvary Chapel in Thousand Oaks, California. You should also know, by the way, let me introduce this to you right now because I didn't know, that he was funded, his church was funded by the Wilkes brothers down in Texas. The Wilkes brothers are the ones that fund Daily Wire, were, the initial seed money behind the Daily Wire, the initial seed, not the initial seed money behind PragerU, but they majorly fund Prager University as well. So that's an interesting web that's being woven before our eyes, right? You've got PragerU, and now you've got this church, and they are part of what is described online as a cult. It's like Christians for Jews. You look into it yourself. I honestly can't explain it, but that's just something that you should know in the background. Anyway, for whatever reason, after 17 years as the head pastor of that church, Rob McCoy, it was publicly announced in January of this year that he would be stepping down as the head pastor and instead assuming the role of pastor emeritus. Now, for the uninitiated, emeritus is basically just an honorific title, right? Bestowed upon someone after they retire from some distinguished position. For Rob McCoy, they had planned that transition. That transition took effect in mid-July of this year. Okay, mid-July of this year is when he officially steps down from the church. A lot going on here in McCoy land. Now, in case you're thinking, well, that doesn't mean that he was doing all of that and transitioning because he was anticipating some bigger role at Turning Point USA and maybe therefore planning to wind down his life in California. No, actually, that's exactly the reason that was cited when it was reported on in January. In the Ventura County Star, they wrote, quote, "He's approaching a transition in July. He'll step down as the senior pastor of Godspeak and hand the reins to his son-in-law, Micah Stevens, the church's administrative and worship pastor. McCoy will become the emeritus pastor and will still preach regularly at the church in a role that could last into the mid-70s. And then it goes on to say when McCoy's responsibilities grew at Turning Point USA, he and his wife sold their home in Thousand Oaks and bought a home in the Phoenix area. Now he said that he bought a different place in Thousand Oaks. He also owns a home in Coronado near San Diego. Now, what we can confirm to you is that Rob actually put that secondary home in Coronado up for sale on August 24th, 2025 of this year. He listed his home up for sale. So suffice it to say that the fantastic, heroic, sensational McCoys were pretty busy this summer, and I don't like it at all. I just don't like it. The vibes for me are not good. Now we can take a look at our timeline here with these new moves added into it. We're going to start looking at July 11th because that's when I think things reached some sort of a pinnacle. That's the infamous speech that Tucker Carlson gave where he calls out Bill Ackman. He starts talking about Israel, all this stuff, and things start moving, okay? Now you can see that's July 11th, and he says that people who serve in foreign armies should be stripped of their citizenship. He muses about where Bill Ackman's wealth comes from. July 18th is our next date on our timeline. And this is a great find from Sam Parker. That is when Turning Point USA receives a request from UVU for Charlie to hold an event at Utah Valley. Not only do they instantly accept this request, but they also make it his first stop, which is incredible. We can listen to a news anchor, I think this is from Fox News Salt Lake City, describe exactly when that request went out, as we're telling you on July 18th. Take a listen.
Utah Valley University has provided the document that created the rally at which conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot to death, but it is not providing the security plan for that day. I'm Fox 13 investigative reporter Nate Carlisle. We've been asking UVU for records related to the September 10th Kirk rally. After about 6 weeks, this is the first record provided. It's the application submitted mid-July by the UVU chapter of Kirk's Turning Point USA. The applicants answer standard questions about time, place, and a description of the event. However, we noticed there's one question not asked on the form, whether organizers need any police protection. That's a standard inquiry at, for example, University of Utah events. Speaking of police, UVU has denied Fox 13 News' request for a copy of the Kirk Rally security plan. The university is citing a provision in state records laws keeping confidential, quote, security measures, end quote. The campus also has expressed concern that the records could interfere in any investigation and someone's right to a fair trial. Tyler Robinson is charged with Kirk's murder. Fox 13 plans an appeal of the denial, and we are still pursuing a variety of records related to the Kirk shooting.
Impacted by the Eaton fire, you may qualify for direct compensation through Southern California Edison's Wildfire Recovery Compensation Program. File your claim directly with no legal fees, no litigation, and receive payment in months, not years. Visit SCE.com/direct claims.
Well, Fox 13 News, if I can be of any assistance, you just reach out to me because I've done a lot of these events and everything happening here is unusual, okay? For them to honor a request, I mean, they get every university across all 50 states trying to get Charlie and I to speak, okay? A request going in that late, being honored and becoming stop number one within a couple of weeks, I'm gonna say that's never happened. I'm gonna dig through my inbox, okay? I'm going to dig through my inbox. I'm going to see what the normal security protocols are because, as everybody has noticed, there was no ambulance on standby. And that's against Utah law. And so it's interesting that they don't want to release the security plan because I'm pretty sure this was an extraordinary first-time thing where they didn't have a security plan. And I had received a tip, and I do want to check this out, by the way, that they also had initially slated for this event to be inside, but it was moved. Again, I have to look into that. I'm not confirming that. But if that's true as well, things are about to get very interesting. And guess what, guys? There's more. And this part is crazy. I guess it's not really crazy. I think I saw like Milo Yiannopoulos tweeted, I think Israel did it. And that's because he was tweeting about the bizarre lie of them saying Erica Kirk was accepting this award, and they completely fictionalized it. They've just been lying nonstop, quickly, right? Right out the gate. Bibi Netanyahu doing propaganda rounds, denying that he had anything to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Perfectly normal thing to do, right? Perfectly normal. For some reason, I didn't feel compelled to do that. I didn't feel like I had to get on camera and make a statement that I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But Bibi Netanyahu felt that he needed to do that, and all of the sycophants in America echoed that statement, and nobody had accused them. A thief runneth when no one pursueth, right? Well, here's some explosive news for you that I can now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, confirm. Putting my name on this. Not only can I confirm this, but I can publicly challenge the very Zionist-occupied Trump administration, who is aware of this, to deny it, to come out and say, no, that's not true, okay? And if Kash Patel is done crying about the mean tweets on the internet regarding his sensational singing girlfriend, he can also certainly make the time of day to deny what I am saying if it is untrue, right? Because this is pretty relevant. Now, I should say that some people had actually reported this earlier, like Mel. I've been telling you to follow her, Village Crazy Lady over on X. She was actually very early with this reporting, and I had heard rumors and rumblings, but I wanted to make sure that I had verifiable proof, enough proof that I would go out on a limb, as I'm doing right now, and asserting that it is authentic and it is real. Ladies and gentlemen, there were, for whatever reason, 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground at Utah Valley University the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This has completely spooked the people that are very high up in government. Now, to be clear, I don't mean that there were 12 VPNs that were switched and routed through Israel on that day. I mean that there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel, okay? Like you go into Verizon in Tennessee or in Connecticut and you open your phone. I am saying that they opened their phones in Israel, those accounts in Israel, and they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, the NSA knows this, Kash Patel knows this, people in the current administration know this, and they are desperate for some reason to stop that information from being released to the public. Why? Because they're the most transparent administration ever? Is that why? Is this like Jeffrey Epstein transparency that we're getting? Because that's what it feels like. It always seems that on the topic of this one nation that's only the size of New Jersey and has done nothing wrong ever and was truly the greatest friend to Charlie right up until the very end, never put any pressure on him, suddenly everybody abandons their values. True friends of Charlie Kirk, right? Standing on that stage, giving him a speech, hiding this. Now, what would be the reason that they wanted to keep that information under wraps? And why does it have people at the very top spooked? If there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to hide, okay? If there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to hide. Now, let's play devil's advocate, and to be clear, we are now advocating for the devil when we do this. Maybe the cell phones belonged to some exchange students. It's possible. Maybe 12 Israelis were touring UVU on that day because, I don't know, Utah Valley University is a place where they maybe wanted to attend in the future. Maybe 12 American students had Israeli-based cell phones because they had just come back from a summer abroad program and they wanted to keep their Israeli cell phones running when they got back home to Utah. I don't know, but I'd like to know. In fact, we need to know the answer to this question. Why are they hiding this information? And why and who did those 12 Israeli cell phones belong to? Okay? Don't like secrets. I don't like secrets, especially when they pertain to the public execution of my friend Charlie Kirk. We'll take a break and we'll come right back. All right, you guys, jumping in here to tell you about preborn, rather to remind you about preborn, because you guys know that lately I have been feeling that we all must be courageous. We have to stop playing defense. We shouldn't be watering down the truth to what people find palatable, because of course silence is not kindness, it's actually consent. And right now the greatest silence surrounds the topic of those whose lives are lost before they even take their first breath. If we're going to call ourselves defenders of life, then we have to act like it. That's why I'm asking you to join me to fight back with action, with truth, with love. You can do that for just $28. That's what it costs to give a free ultrasound to a woman that's in crisis and considering an abortion. $28 helps her to see the light that is growing inside of her. It gives her truth that our culture doesn't. So don't sit this one out. Don't wait for permission. Be bold, be clear, be unapologetically pro-life. Go to preborn.org/Candace right now. You can give $28 or you can give 10 times that amount if you'd like to. This is definitely the line that we have to stand on. We stand for truth. We have to do what's right. And we can save lives from abortion. We stand firm in our gospel. Again, preborn.org/Candace to provide an ultrasound for just $28. Also want to tell you guys about Fatty 15. I'm excited to share with you guys C15, which is from Fatty 15, the first emerging essential fatty acid to be discovered in more than 90 years. An incredible scientific breakthrough to support our long-term health, wellness, and healthy aging. Based on over 100 studies, we now know that C15 strengthens our cells and is a key healthy aging nutrient, which helps slow biological aging at the cellular level. When our cells don't have enough C15, they become fragile and they age faster, and thankfully Fatty 15 repairs age-related damage to cells, and it protects them from future breakdown, and it activates pathways in the body that help regulate our sleep, our cognitive health, and naturally repair our repair mechanisms. Fatty 15 is a science-backed, award-winning, patented, 100% pure C15 supplement. It's free of flavors, allergens, or preservatives, and it's vegan-friendly. Fatty 15 has 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 or fish oil. It comes in a really nice reusable glass bamboo jar, and refills are shipped right to your door. Fatty 15 is on a mission to optimize your C15 levels to help support your long-term health and wellness, especially as you age. You can get an additional 15% off their 90-day subscription starter kit by heading to fatty15.com/Candace. That's fatty15.com/Candace, and use promo code Candace at checkout. So we've got planes from Egypt, cell phones from Israel, and we are getting the runaround from the Trump administration, the runaround from his friends, the people that want to just stop asking questions and move on. What does this feel like to you? What does this feel like to you? Sometimes I wish I was born yesterday, right? It would be so easy to just accept it, like, oh yeah, totally, there just was a lone shooter who, you know, had never really been hunted, but he got really lucky and he just fired the shot, and he'd never been to the campus, but he somehow knew how to scale all the buildings, running around like Spider-Man. I wish I was born yesterday so I could just accept that. I do. Unfortunately, I wasn't born yesterday. I was actually born 36 years ago. And everyone is full of it. I am looking at a situation where Charlie was betrayed and is actively being betrayed every day by the very people that he helped to elect, the people that are in office. They are betraying him by trying to feed us this nonsense, okay? They are feeding us, they're selling us crap and trying to tell us it's food, right? Like if this is nourishing or something. I just won't tolerate it, okay? And it is, I think, one of the craziest things happening right now that these people are now telling us to shift gears and that it's our duty, right? It's our duty to make sure more of them get elected. Now, there are a lot of people running around right now. There are races, important races, they tell us, going on in the country, consequential races that are happening, and people online are being somewhat accusatory, upset that Republicans are infighting, if that's what you're calling this. I'm not fighting with you, okay? I'm gonna see this thing all the way through. And that we're instead focused on using our platforms to fight one another rather than to encourage people to go vote so that Republicans can stay in power across various cities. You know, as just one example, of course, people really cannot stop speaking about the Mamdani versus the Cuomo mayoral race in New York. Now, Cuomo's already one of the most corrupt families in New York. And now they're like, no, switch gears because Mamdani is going to be worse. And it's your job as a good little Republican, okay, to go out there and to make sure that Mamdani doesn't win. And to those very many people, I would like to say, no, I'm good, actually. I'm just not interested. I'm interested in nothing until you start telling the truth about what happened in Charlie Kirk. Until you acknowledge that a 30-06 did not go through his neck, did not get stopped, rather, by his neck. Until you acknowledge that that story that you tried to sell us is complete BS, something that could take down a moose somehow did not take down Charlie Kirk. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? I'm not interested in your races around the country. I'm not voting until this is resolved, okay? This is toxic. You are toxic. And it is unbelievably abusive to suggest that I have to now reinvest and work for the exact same party that told me that if I voted for them and got the word out for them, and I did do all of those things, that things would be different. Corruption's gonna stop. We're gonna be the most transparent administration that you've ever seen. Except on those Epstein files. Yeah, I know he was like abusing children, but what Epstein files were we even talking about? No, thank you. No, nope, goodbye. Not doing it anymore. You're left versus right. Don't care anymore. There is power and there is the rest of us. There is power and there is the rest of us. And you are not going to convince me that any of this stuff is consequential after I just watched Charlie Kirk catch a bullet in his throat and watching all of you lie about it, okay? There's actually this vintage clip from TRL, remember Total Request Live with Carson Daly, that perfectly embodies me and how I am feeling in this moment. So let's watch that vintage clip together.
Hi, my name is Meanda, and I live in Florida. Being a young black female and also a teen mother, what do you guys do to give back to the community? Also directed mostly towards ODB. I know Praz and the Fugees do things for the community, but what is going to be your thing for the community?
Nothing.
Send you love.
To the Republicans, I send you love. Okay, don't get me wrong. I send you love. But what I'll be doing for the broader community until you start telling the truth is nothing. Nothing. So don't at me. I just don't care at all, not even a little bit. Anyway, two of the three people that I still like that are within the realm of politics got together. Tucker Carlson joined Dave Smith. I kind of want to qualify Tucker Carlson. I feel like I want to say the stupendous Tucker Carlson joined Dave Smith on his show to respond to all of this Zionist backlash that he was receiving for having a conversation with Nick Fuentes. And foremost, Tucker explains why he had the conversation with Nick Fuentes. Take a listen.
I didn't make Nick Fuentes, hardly. I just want to know what this is about. And I wanted to make the point that I often make, and now seems even more important than it ever has, which is that virtue and sin are not transmitted genetically. There is no such thing as blood guilt. Therefore, collective punishment is always immoral. God created each person individually. He did not create communities at once. He created people.
This is the theology one, isn't
and all of us will die and in the end face God alone. So it's about the person. And people can be changed by God, by the way, and the New Testament is that story of people who were, in the case of the whole hero of the New Testament, the human hero is a guy called Paul, was murdering Christians as a Pharisee, and then becomes the greatest proselytizer in the history of Christianity and my personal hero. So like, don't tell me that people can't be changed because of their blood. Now that is the basis, that position is the basis of Western civilization. We often talk about Western civilization and we're all defending Western civilization. Israel's defending Western civilization. Israel does not have a Western position on this question. The Israeli position, not of all Israelis, by the way, and certainly not of all Jews, but I'm saying of the Israeli government and of a couple of its ministers, which they say this out loud all the time, is that everybody who's related to a terrorist shares in his guilt. That's collective punishment, it is blood guilt, and it's antithetical to Christianity and to the West. And so for me, and by the way, Israel's not the only country that does this, and most countries do this. Literally most countries do this. All of Asia, India, this is like an intuitive response that people have.
Okay, so that, I actually introduced that wrong. That's Tucker just giving the broader theological, delivering the broader theological point, which is important, that people have the capacity to change. And actually, we're kind of in this weird psychosis as a society. And I would say that this is kind of one of the things they're trying to deliver to us, is that some people are just deplorable. Like everything about them is just so deplorable. We have to throw them away. And that's what creates these sort of movements where people are just tired of it. They're just tired of this. This is not the way that Christians think, actually. We very much don't live in a Christian society because we live in a Christian Zionist society, and Christian Zionism is a paradox, okay? There's no such thing as Christian Zionism, because Zionism is all about identity, right? It's all about identity. Because I am a Jew, I therefore have a right to this land. Because they are Jews and I am a Christian, I recognize that I'm going to get into heaven if I just worship how Bibi Netanyahu, even when he kills tens of thousands of kids. That is a political ideology. It is not a religion, and it is dangerous, and it is wrong, and it is backwards, and it is, of course, antithetical to the Bible. Now, Tucker then explains specifically why he chose to have a conversation with Nick Fuentes. Take a listen.
You should be forgiving always. Things are being said right now that almost seem like they can't be forgiven. They're exhortations to violence, clearly they are, et cetera, et cetera. Slander of a kind that's so severe, like how do you get past that? I think we should force ourselves. I interviewed Nick Fuentes to attack my wife and my son and my dad. I can't attack my dad. And I interviewed him anyway. I choked it back and I thought to myself, I want to hear this, and I'm just gonna I try to make myself do that. So if tomorrow John Podhoretz is like, or whomever I'm mad at, right? People I used to know are calling me a Nazi, is like, you know what, I don't think he's actually a Nazi. Like, let's have a real conversation. Let's do the best for America. They should all be accepted. I don't think we should have permanent enemies who are American citizens. I don't, because I think the whole idea of it is we're united by citizenship, our common Americanness. Everybody's welcome, even if we hated each other 20 minutes ago. And Glenn Greenwald, I mean, I hated Glenn Greenwald. Now I think he's one of my favorite people in the world, not just politically, but personally. Like, forgiveness is essential. People change. Allow for that. Don't draw permanent lines in the sand where it's like, I hate you and I will hate your son too. Like, that's non-Western thinking. We don't allow that.
I want you to really consider, you listen to Tucker's perspectives and what's guiding his perspectives, and then go backwards and listen to like Mark Levin and these people that get on their platforms and call him irredeemable, and you realize there's a different spirit moving within these groups, right? And he is what Christianity is, right? It's about forgiveness. It's about when you're angry, not assuming that there's some like blood oath that you need to honor, but saying, you know what, Nick Fuentes says something crappy things about me and I'm gonna speak to him. I did the same thing. I was like the bigger person, hosted him, and he was, by the way, still a jerk. But this idea that he shouldn't have a platform, he shouldn't be allowed to speak, he shouldn't be allowed to think, he shouldn't be allowed to breathe. What is that from? What is your faith? You're definitely not going to convince me that that's the first 5 books of the Bible, okay? I know what your faith is. It's Zionism, okay? You guys behave like gangsters. You behave like you are only loyal to one another, and you'll come beat up any person, figuratively. You'll take care of any person that gets in your way. And the world can see that now. So what's your next move? Just keep doing this? To just keep behaving like this? And just know that every act that you make, every show, everything that you make go viral with you speaking in the way that you speak, and then people get to hear Tucker, he gets bigger and you get smaller, okay? He gets bigger, our ideas get bigger, your ideas get smaller because people can perceive the nastiness that's guiding it and they want nothing to do with it, okay? Now, I'm going to take a brief break because I know that you guys have a lot of comments, and we also have book club tonight. And we're going to get deeper, by the way, into that sort of guiding theology when we get back into the Sigmund Freud book, because it really, really connects dots for you, right? What that guiding philosophy comes from is actually a psychology. It is a psychology, and he's the father of it, as they call him, the father of modern psychology. And so really stepping back into time and understanding what was happening at the turn of the 19th century across Europe, why so many speech laws have been passed in Europe, kind of Christians, in the way that we're doing right now, waking up and going, what is the guiding philosophy of these people that seem like they hate us? Like they're trying to abuse, like what have we done wrong to be treated like this? This book is really an aha moment, and I'm excited for the book club. I'm excited, and I understand why Zionists infiltrated it, but we're not going to stop. But first, let's get to a couple of sponsors, then I'm going to answer some of your comments. All right, you guys, jumping in here to remind you about Tax Network USA, because there are tons of people who owe back taxes, and some people have not even filed their tax returns. Well, the October 15th deadline has officially passed. If you forgot to file for an extension, or if you haven't yet gathered all of your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages, they can freeze your bank accounts, they can even seize your property, but there is in fact help available. Tax Network USA is a nationwide tax firm, and they've helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They have filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns, and they've assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can definitely help you too. So do not wait. Visit tnusa.com/Candace, or you can call 1-800-958-1000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA can guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you could be saving. So take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/Candace or call 1-800-958-1000. And telling you guys about American financing, as I always do, the Fed just dropped interest rates again, and that is good news for American homeowners. If you're feeling overwhelmed thinking about the upcoming holidays, there is no better time than now to get your finances in order. It's kind of hard to think about the holidays when everything gets so expensive and your credit card's already pushed to the max. But with the rates dropping, now is the time to pay off that debt. American Financing is helping homeowners access the equity in their home for instant savings. They're saving people just like you an average of $800 a month. And many are seeing rates in the low fives. That is a complete game changer compared to those sky-high credit cards. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, which will give you extra breathing room for the holidays. It costs absolutely nothing to find out how much you could be saving. The holidays are going to be here before we know it, so don't wait. Call their salary-based mortgage consultants today. You can call American Financing at 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. All right, top comment from yesterday. I'm going to start pulling the top comment that makes me chuckle. There were a couple of them yesterday, but this one regarding Kash Patel's tweets, calling his girlfriend a sensational country singer. It was so weird. This user wrote, Cheryl writes, after hearing Kash Patel's tweet, I'm 90% sure he's the one that wrote Tyler's message to his furry lover. Absolutely, you are correct. It's now a fact. It's now a fact. Just kidding, but I loved that comment. All right, comments from today's episode. Laughing Cats Music World writes, I keep thinking about George Zinn. I know he was a habitual Salt Lake City event disruptor, but what are the chances his reflex is to take the blame voluntarily? I guess it's possible, but wow, crazy split decision to make, right? Not even a hesitation. I told you guys that we had a source leak to us. He went to the hospital. He went to Utah Valley Hospital after this event to treat some of his mild injuries from being dragged. And he told people that he was told to do it and he was paid to do it. But he didn't know where the payment was coming from. So yeah, this entire thing was just an operation, like I said. Brandon Hansen writes, been a lifelong Israel supporter. Recently, I've come to not like Bibi, but I still love the land where the Lord was born, a Zionist who dislikes Netanyahu. Curious how you feel about that. Love from Maine. It at least makes me happy to hear you acknowledge that there's a demon. It's the strangest thing to me when these people are treating Bibi Netanyahu like he is their Christ. And that is what makes it a disgusting heresy, right? Like it's to misinterpret the Bible so much that you're basically platforming and honoring what Bibi Netanyahu does, avoiding the topic, not acknowledging that what he's doing to the Palestinians is wrong. Having love for Jerusalem, that makes sense. Having love to be able to walk in Jerusalem and to see the relics, that all makes sense to me. And I think I'm just more disgusted by people who turn a blind eye to everything that's happened to the Palestinians. It just makes me sick. And to see him on camera acting like such a gangster, and people pretending that he's holy, where there's even a shred of documented proof that these people are the original people from the Holy Land, is crazy. There's way more proof to the contrary, which they've stopped printing, even their own textbooks, which they've stopped printing, that point to the fact that they came from Turkey, the Turkic Ashkenaz tribe, that came down, began speaking Yiddish, and then needed a place to go after World War II. It's crazy to me. The whole thing's crazy. Again, I would debate anybody on that topic. Definitely feeling especially fired up about it. Smoky Mountain Kitty writes, always trust your gut. Our brain takes in far more information than we are aware of. I love your show and all that you do. Thank you so much. Beck Build writes, so glad Charlie had you on another topic. Dinosaurs. Hundreds of Bible-believing PhD scientists have evidence that dinosaurs are real, killed during the global flood of Genesis. The Institute for Creation Research, Answers in Genesis and Creation. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Nope. Sorry. And this is going to get, I bet you, the people that are going through my book club, by the end of this, you're going to see that there was a conscious movement, as I said, at the turn of the century, same time they started going, oh, we found dinosaur bone. And then you get into like the research of you come from an Australopithecus, and they describe this as like, oh, suddenly science was peaking. And actually what was happening is they wanted to make people invest in scientism. That's a C.S. Lewis perspective. He writes about that in one of his books, where they wanted to turn science into God. And as long as they say, there's an expert, there's research, experts say, that people would fall into line. And that's what we see happening. So I can't do a deep dive on the dinosaur thing right now, but the book club, we're going to go there eventually. And I just can, I don't know, I see a bigger picture, a broader picture now. Removing the Bibles from classrooms, teaching people that they're Homo sapiens and they started walking straight, but also the monkeys are still here. It was very methodical, and yeah, broader conversation to have. I can't wait for that clip to go viral, by the way. Like, I care. Like, I also don't believe the moon landings happened, so you can cut that clip because they didn't happen. That's crazy, more scientism. Anyways, Christine writes, loyalty is rare. Christ is king. Indeed, he is. Beth Mitchum writes, so we give Israel billions, people who support Israel give AIPAC money to give our government, to our government to vote the way Israel wants. So my tax money pays for Israeli ideas. We pay Congress twice. Can you say money laundering? Yeah, that's what it feels like, for sure. We give our tax dollars, they go overseas, and then they yell at us for paying attention to what they're doing overseas and then call us anti-Semitic. This is like the worst deal ever. I'd like that deal to be undone, and it certainly isn't going to be undone in this administration, that's for sure. Jennifer K. writes, just asked Grok if Israel and Egypt coordinate on intelligence ops. It says yes, calling their cooperation unprecedented. Since the 1979 peace treaty, intel chiefs have met often, share real-time data. Honestly, few countries make more sense working together. Yeah, country A that gets most of our money is Israel, B is Egypt, and there is a reason for that. And so it doesn't look like it's all going to Israel. That's my perspective. Darth Phantom writes, citizens have, and I would say since the 1967 war, do you think that they would let Israel control the Sinai Peninsula? Anyways, more on that later. Darth Phantom writes, citizens have always paid taxes to finally be able to retire. And the thanks that we get for this is they raise the age on us to retire and we all obey like idiots. Am I the only one angered about this? Yeah, it's all coming apart. We're realizing it's all one big scam. It's all usury, and it is a sin. And everything that's happening in our country, our culture, the corrosion. I think it's because America has married to Zionism. Like, I truly do believe that. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that. We were a better country when we were a Christian nation. We are no longer a Christian nation. We are an occupied nation with an ideology that has produced filth in our culture. Miranda writes, hi Candace, I'm 23, and I should be clear, a political ideology dressed up as a religion and a faith. Miranda writes, Candace, I'm 23 and newly married. We just found out that I'm pregnant. Congratulations. I'm nervous, but I know children are God's blessing. Do you have any advice for me as a young mother Is it okay to be nervous? My advice would be not to take advice. It is going to be the most natural job that you have. You are going to just know what to do when you see the baby, and it will make you a better person because you will be so tapped into God's creation. You will realize that there is something more. It is one of the sins in the culture that kind of trained us to have children later, is that we don't tap into our divine purpose, and children immediately have you tap into your divine purpose. You feel more wholesome, more confident. I became a more confident person when I had children because I suddenly realized what matters and what doesn't matter. And that's why I fight like hell for truth, because it matters, right? My investment is that I have children, and my silence is essentially cowardice. That would guarantee that their future would be compromised, could be more compromised than our lives are right now. Lastly, Real Light Worker writes, have you looked into events going on at UVU that day? A college student posted an FB reel of her experience. She ran into a building where the room was filled with uniformed people and a bunch of different flags. Who were they? That's the Hall of Flags that's behind Charlie's head, and I do find something suspicious was going on there. I've never gotten clarity, but that's where notoriously the person who filmed the footage, the only footage that we have of the person running across, who they say is the shooter running across the Losey Center. So yeah, look, we are investigating every day with more information. Tomorrow we will have more explosive information and revelations about the Egyptian plane, which so interesting. Speaking of the unique relationship between Egypt and Israel, TikTok is hitting us for videos talking about the Egyptian planes. That's very strange. Israel's moderator served in the IDF, we know, and Bibi wants TikTok secured for Israel's future. Why do they care about Egyptian planes that were there? It's kind of coming together. There's a picture here that's coming together. Anyways, you guys, we have to jump off because we do have book club tonight. So I will see you guys in the Zionist infiltration on our book club. We finally did it, guys. We went viral, and they're stealing clips from behind the paywall. If you guys would like to support our work, you can go to CandaceOwens.com. You can go to MakeHimASandwich.com to buy the book. You will really enjoy this book. It's really important, especially for women, to understand where these feminist ideals came from. And beyond that, we will see you guys tomorrow.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also Motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
All right, you guys. Well, if Halloween is your thing, then I definitively have a scary story for you. And it's scary because it's not fiction. Okay, this is real life. The assassination